Problem und sie fix. Meineke is my favorite part of America. And my second favorite part? The cowboys and their horses. Remember, I only trust Meineke with Meineke, a one-stop shop for total car care.
At participating locations. Meineke locations are independently owned and operated.
Beard's Diamonds at the Town Center's incredible Christmas in July sale is back.
Everything store-wide is on sale up to an unbelievable 40% off.
Believe it.
But it's only happening until July 31st.
If you're getting married, celebrating an anniversary, or shopping early for the holidays,
you do not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime sale.
Beard's Diamonds always has the largest inventory in North Florida, but now there's even more.
Now you can shop from a huge selection of Rolex watches,
loose diamonds, mounted diamonds, diamond earrings, necklaces, and more, all on sale up to 40% off.
Beard's Diamonds has been family-owned and operated in Jacksonville for over 40 years. And to say thank you, they're discounting everything in the store and online up to 40% off.
A sale so big, you won't want to miss out, because Beard's Diamonds will never be beat on price.
Beard's Diamonds Christmas and July sale, now through July 31st.
At the St. John's Town Center or at beardsdiamonds.com.
Don't buy anywhere until you shop Beard's Diamonds.
Happy kids heal faster. That's why Starlight Children's Foundation is dedicated to improving the mental well-being of sick kids, regardless of their illness or injury. When a child is hospitalized, they are scared, lonely, and stressed. Being in hospital facing painful treatments takes away from the happiness of childhood. But that's where Starlight comes in. At Starlight, we provide entertainment through our gaming stations, comfort with our specially designed hospital gowns, play with our toy deliveries, and distraction through our virtual reality headsets. Starlight programs are what happiness is made of, the things that make being a kid special. The simple power of a smile. Delivered to over 800 children's hospitals and medical facilities across the country, can make a lifetime of difference for sick kids. Learn more at starlight.org.
Hey Jacksonville, we need your help. It may be summer, but school is just around the corner. Hundreds of local homeless, at-risk, and low-income students need school supplies. One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union, is collecting school supplies through July 30th, so our most vulnerable kids can start the school year right. Be a good person and help us fill 350 backpacks this summer. Bring donations to your nearest One-to-One Financial branch. Learn more and find the closest branch at one-to-one-fcu.org. And don't forget, the school supply tax holiday is the last week of July. Thanks, Jacksonville.
Do you feel a calling to help others? You can change a local child's life by becoming a foster parent through Daniel. You'll receive training, 24/7 support, and compensation to cover the cost for the child's needs and your time. To qualify, you must be over 21, pass a background check, receive training, and have a caring heart. Foster parent classes are starting soon, so please call Daniel at 296-1055. That's 296-1055, or visit danielkids.org.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau. Check out Action Sports Jacks weekdays from 3 until 6 on ESPN 690.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
What's up? It's Kasey. Check out the podcast Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690, wherever you get your podcast.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. 1 hour to go before the NFL deadline for franchise tag players to sign long-term deals. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler is reporting the Cowboys and running back Tony Pollard aren't expected to agree to such a deal by the deadline, barring a late change. He has signed his franchise tender and attended the Cowboys' offseason program, unlike the other two franchise tag running backs, the Giants' Saquon Barkley and Raiders' Josh Jacobs. Free agent receiver DeAndre Hopkins has found a new team. ESPN's Diana Rossini reports he's expected to sign a 2-year deal with the Titans. A big lift for Tennessee's offense with Hopkins' arrival, says Titans safety Keith Byard.
D-Hop, man, that's a guy that you can always depend on to move those chains. I think for him, he's going to be a guy that Ryan Tannehill is going to be able to look to. No matter if he's covered or if he's not, he's open. So you can throw him the ball, you can depend on him.
Keith Byard on ESPN Radio Mornings. Rays ace Shane McClanahan returns from back tightness for tonight's series opener against the Rangers and one of the best lineups in all of baseball. NHL top overall pick Connor Bedard signed his entry-level contract with the Blackhawks.
The new Venture X card from Capital One. Earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars and 5x miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel, plus 2x miles on all other purchases. Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Jax presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me.
Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Oh, man, we got it done. We got the job done. Contract negotiations started, I remember some afternoon talking to Evan Engram at Davoli's House of Cards back in the spring. And here we are. Do we get anything for it? Like a couple bucks?
Well, you kind of dropped the ball, man. You were negotiating the deal, and then suddenly I was reading some other dude's name in the paper. Like, what happened to Brent?
Yeah, I think he went to the expert and got the job done, and they got the job done.
You should file suit or something. You got some money coming to you.
Good for Evan Engram. Good for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Listen, I really like this guy. There's a lot to like about Evan Engram, and I think the Jags feel the same way. And you love when a player feels the same way about the organization and the team and the coach and the quarterback and everything else, that he wants to be here. I have no idea if he helped push that through or his role in the contract, that he just let his agent deal with it, and the Jags and everybody knew what was at stake and wanted to get it done. But it does get done yesterday, and good for him. And I think really good for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We said this multiple times over the last few weeks and months. And then on the show Friday, we said, okay, do we think it gets done? And I think, Aaron, you said, yeah, Kasey, you didn't think it was going to get done. And I thought there was still a chance to get it done. So I guess we'll start with Kasey. Kasey, you surprised that it got done, or did you see an avenue we could get here?
Nah, I'm still kind of surprised. I didn't necessarily think they had to. I think it was the right thing to do to get it done, but I was surprised when I saw it come through on Saturday or whichever day that was. I think there were a lot of reasons why the Jags could have not done it and saved money on the other side. The reason that they couldn't have saved money is if he had another career year. But I think when you add Calvin Ridley to the mix, I think we all agree that everyone's numbers are going to go down a little bit, for at least on some level. But I think that's the difference now between the old Jags and the new Jags, because the old Jags front office, whoever, could have waited and maybe not done right by the player. But I think this goes back to doing right by the players, doing right by your team, and a little bit of what does the money say? The money says we're trying to do right by our players.
Yeah, it does. And basically, I'm not a big contract guy and trying to figure out all the dollars and the wording and everything else. I mean, I just like to launch the negotiations. I don't like to finish it and get in the mud of all the details. But it looks like this was basically a deal that would cover like 2 franchise tag seasons. So gives them the guarantee of $24 million and then gives the team an option for a third year as well. So seems a lot like a 2-year contract at face value. A good amount of money up front, which is actually more than the tag. I think $24 million right now. Tag right now for the tight end position, I think, is like 11.6, 11.7.
Right.
And then we'll go up a little bit. So maybe it just covers 2 years of a tag, essentially. But that's really what the dollars look like. So I think you can spin the numbers a bunch of different ways. But I think he got a good deal, and I think the Jags got a good deal. I like deals when there's never a loser, and I don't really feel like there's a loser here, Aaron. Or am I missing something?
No, I think everyone's a winner. The team got what they wanted. They got Evan Engram, who's already been here, knows the playbook, knows the players, knows the culture, knows the locker room, knows the staff, and quite frankly is one of the better receiving tight ends in the entire league. Evan got his cash. He got his guaranteed deal for more than 1 year, with the option to earn more than just the tag would have paid him. And quite frankly, I'm having a hard time finding a loser in this deal.
All right, my favorite part of the Evan Engram deal is this, guys. I appreciate, first of all, I like the fact that the organization is going to benefit from having a very good player.
Yeah.
So, I like that. And I think it's good for Trevor. It's good for Doug. It's good for a lot of things. But I really like when a player bets on himself and wins. It's a risky business. Football's a risky business. This isn't basketball or Major League Baseball salaries where things are guaranteed. He could have got, from what I understand, like a 2-year deal last year. But he wanted to bet on himself. And he did. And he won. And the team won. And everybody won, which is fantastic. But this is a tough league. It's a tough business. And I just love the fact that he gambled on himself, gambled with Trevor and Doug and the Jacksonville Jaguars of all teams, coming off 2 number 1 picks in a row. And he got it done. Isn't there something refreshing about that? You got to love it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time disagreeing with the point.
Who's the biggest winner here outside of Engram, who obviously gets paid?
No, Trevor Lawrence.
Is it?
I think so.
Here's
Sure.
why I say, is it him or Doug?
No, I think it's Trevor. I think it's Trevor because without Evan Engram, you've got an unknown right now in Calvin Ridley, and it's not a 100% unknown. We'd like to believe he's going to return to form as a wide receiver 1 in the league, but at this point, after not playing for 2 years, you frankly don't know what it's going to look like. Certainly not at the beginning, and most likely not by the end of the year. When we get there, we'll see, but as of today, you don't, right? You got Christian Kirk, who's coming off of a career year, and so you'd like to believe that this is an ascension. It's not an anomaly. It's not a one-off. But you don't know. So more proven weapons to throw to for Trevor is obviously better for Trevor. Sure, it benefits Doug. But here comes Trevor Lawrence, guys, with the most expectation on his shoulders, I think, than anybody else in the organization. Every list you see Trevor on now, and we'll talk about one in a couple of minutes today that's got him in the top 10, but every list you see him on has him as elite or near elite. Nobody else on this franchise is thought of to be in that stratosphere. And so without the weapons, the less weapons Trevor has, the more opportunity he has to fall underneath the expectations.
Kasey, bigger winner, Doug or Trevor?
I mean, it feels like Trevor's probably the answer here, but I think for Doug, you go from not necessarily building up the tight end room that a lot of people thought they would. Sure, they drafted Brent Strange, but again, we don't know until he starts playing if he's even going to be a factor. So to know that you're locked in with a guy that you trust and knows going to perform for you for a couple of years has to be comforting at a position that he likes to get the ball to.
Yeah, I agree. I like where you just put that. Sure, Trevor's a big-time winner here. It's another weapon. It's a trusted weapon. I think they really – you can tell that Trevor, first of all, you can go down the list. He has a good relationship with so many guys in that locker room and on offense. He obviously played college ball with ETN. Him and Zay Jones seem to have an affinity and a chemistry. Christian Kirk is super obvious here. But I think Engram, and we'll go to linemen and all that as well, but I think Engram, there's a special relationship there. Like, I think you can see it. Now, listen, he had a special relationship with Jawan Taylor. I think that was pretty evident, too. And then Taylor went and made some money and more money elsewhere. And so it happens. It's a business. Engram, it could have happened that way, even if it was just a franchise tag season and then see you later. But this was the guy that we asked at the end of the season, are you going to go into the office and vouch for him? And pound the table a little bit. Say, hey, we need this guy. And he said, yeah. You know, he was going to use his voice. So there's something there. And I think the way Kasey said it was great. Like, hey, yeah, he's an obvious winner here. But I do think Doug is a sneaky bigger winner because he needs a tight end in his offense. He was going to have it this year. But, again, he needs a happy tight end in his offense, right? And the more you look at what the Jags did last year, we're coming into a Doug season in his offense. I thought multiple tight ends could succeed. You know how much I love Dan Arnold. He had 9 catches. That's it. Evan Engram was the guy. Like, and you get the sense that Doug valued him so much in this offense because of his skill set and what he could do that he couldn't take him off the field.
Because of Evan's skill set and what Evan can do. Yeah, which is why I'm having a hard time kind of understanding the Doug angle over the Trevor angle, because I think they could get by without having a premier tight end.
Well, my point is, I think he likes this guy's skill. Go look at what he did with Philadelphia, and you'll see multiple tight ends being used.
Right.
Right? You'll see productivity from multiple tight ends. And sure, there's a standout tight end, but, I mean, how deep did the Eagles go? I feel like they've gone 2 or 3 deep at the tight end position for the last however many years, and much of those years were with Doug.
And frankly, you don't know how those tight ends would have stood out without Doug.
Yeah, you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they look like they're talented tight ends,
Sure.
but those guys had really good seasons. But, again, it wasn't just like Zach Ertz. I mean, these other guys were factors. That wasn't the case last year, is my point, Aaron. Like, this was really focused on Engram. And the other tight ends had a role here or there, but it was not near like Evan Engram. This wasn't like a multiple tight end usage, at least with the weapons and offense that they had here.
I agree with you. No, I agree. The depth wasn't there, but it's not like Engram was an integral part of every game plan. It was boom or bust for a while there with him.
Yeah, I guess that's true. There were also some game plans where, like, later I'd ask a little bit about it, and he was supposed to be, and then they would show something different, and so it took him away.
Yeah.
But there were a few, especially down the stretch of the season, where he was like, hey, going into this game, he's going to be the focus. Which, again, that shows you how much he covets him and likes him. Listen, this is a bit semantics. I just think it's an interesting deal for Doug Peterson. I think he's smiling just as wide as Trevor Lawrence is today. If you take Evan Engram out of the equation, right, and you put just any number of tight end to fill the void, the Jags still have ETN and Ridley and Zay Jones and Christian Kirk. I mean, they still have a lot of weapons for Trevor.
Yeah, it's pretty loaded on that offense.
But I think when Doug goes to bed at night on a game week and he's mastering the plan and the plays that he's going to call, I think that guy's sleeping easier for the next couple of years because they locked up Evan Engram
I would
and
agree
what
with
he
that.
can do with him.
Sure, I would agree with that.
I guess that's my overall point. And there's no wrong answer here. Obviously, both are happy, and the Jags offense is happy. And here's the other thing about Evan. Because I think Evan's story is really cool. Evan's this coveted guy coming out of college in Ole Miss. And he has a nice first year with the New York Giants, but he's obviously in New York where things are magnified. Every game, every practice, every stat, everything. And it really wasn't a great experience after that first year for Evan Engram. It was very mixed results, probably not good enough results by most people's standards, even his. And you saw the resurrection of his career yesterday in a happy place for him. As we went through that season last year, this is why I think I really enjoy Engram so much. We had him on Jags Report Live, our show, a few times, but just even interviews in the locker room, being around him. There's a toughness to this guy from a physicality standpoint. There's a versatility to his game, but there's also this toughness and almost genuine nature to his mentality that doesn't always resonate like through us in the media or for you, the fan. But I think that really does with Engram, like his toughness and the play that everybody loves, which you appreciate this about the Jags fan base, the get out of bounds play against Dallas that was, right? So I think he brings a lot of intangibles is what I'm saying as well. It's a great story for him, a resurrection of his career. He gets paid. It's great for the Jags. Continuity, happy guy, liked in the locker room, liked by the quarterback, used very well by the coach. But then there's other side of this intangibles, this toughness, this mindset that he had that I think actually helped throughout the locker room last year at varying times. And then if you think about the Jags and a player that exudes wanting to be here in that locker room, I think about Josh Allen because he's been very vocal about it. Like, while everybody else was running away, he put his arms around Duval in Jacksonville and wanted to be a part of the thing that turned it around. Obviously, Trevor and what he wrote in the Players Tribune article. But I think Evan Engram right there, guys, like his emotions at the end of the year. I mean, just how much he appreciated this place, the fans, the building, the coaches, the players, and being a part of the turnaround, not only for the team and the franchise, but for his career. Like, there's a lot to like about Evan Engram, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Oh, yeah. And you saw that emotion after that Chargers game, and you saw his look on the sideline and how he congratulated everyone and the big embrace he gave to his coaches. You know, another thing that I think is a little bit underrated, you got a lot of guys in this locker room who aren't just from small towns, but they're from small towns in the region. Ingram's another one of these small town Georgia guys.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Well, I think it's just like a common bond between these larger-than-life NFL personalities that they all kind of have some similar humble beginnings.
Yeah, that's fair. Makes him hungry, a little chip on the shoulder type thing, right? And fits in Jacksonville. Like, there are a couple of places in the NFL when you think of what you're saying to this point that fit.
Yeah,
like Buffalo,
yes.
right? Like Green Bay, like those places fit the smaller market teams. And Jacksonville very much is that city, Aaron.
If you're from Powder Springs, Georgia, like Evan Engram, and the population is under 18,000, chances are you're not going to find a lot of people to relate to in a huge metropolis of dozens of millions of people. You know, I think in a locker room with a bunch of other guys who had a similar experience, it helps to make the bonds quicker.
It's okay if I'm being a little over the top. And you can tell me that, but do you think I'm somewhat correct that he means a little bit more than just X's and O's and stats to this team?
Who's this team?
To this locker room, to this
to
Jaguars 2023 team. Yeah, not to forget about the fans for a minute or us or whoever else outside, but like there are just some players that mean a little bit more intangibly, you know? And I just feel like he's one of those guys. I don't know if I'm overplaying it, trying not to over-dramatize it. I just feel that, like from what I saw last year. And I think this is one of those guys. Like, I wouldn't say that about ETN. I don't know him well. I don't know how bad he wants to be here or if, like, all this stuff. But he's at a different stage of his career. I'm not knocking ETN there. I'm not saying he doesn't want to be here. I'm just talking about, like, remember how many times last year we talked about guys that had gone through stuff? Like, Engram is just another one of those guys that had gone through stuff. So, like, this rebound was important to him. Like, this meant something to him. And how many times today, like, if you see the Jaguars video tweeted out or yesterday when he tweets, he says, I'm home. Like, he calls this place home. He is from small-town Georgia. He went to Ole Miss. He lived in the Big Apple. And he calls Jacksonville home and wants to call it home.
Yeah, I buy that, too.
Pretty significant. But I do think he just means – I think there are some guys that resonate more. I'll give you another guy. Like I think Foye Oluokun does that, but you got to kind of dig a little deeper on it. But I think Oluokun means a lot to that locker room, to the organization, to the turnaround, to kind of like what they're made of. And there are just some guys I think that exude that a little bit more. I think Oluokun actually exudes it in kind of a quiet way, but it's there. Like, they do not turn around without him. Like, his expectation, his standard, right? His motor, what it looks like to be a pro. Like, all those kind of things.
Do you think that people knew what to expect when we brought Oluokun in last year? Because I didn't get that feeling when it was announced.
No, I don't, and I'm not sure we did. Like, he was definitely a guy who's like, all right, let me look this guy up, right? Like, you know, even fantasy football people.
Yeah.
Don't pay attention to the middle linebacker getting tackles.
Yeah, for the most part. Although, I mean, there are some leagues where you do draft a defensive guy based on tackles. But you're right. You're right. This is not a name you hear at the end of the season when you talk about some of the best linebackers to draft in fantasy or, you know, even just on regular specials. But the dude is a different kind of guy.
But he's a very different story than, let's just say, Engram in this context. But he's a story. Like, he's got a story to tell, how he got here, right? The kind of the chip that he carries, the motivation, and then his standard and the leadership, having seen it before, having been around it, to flip this thing. You know, we talked about Malik Jackson on Friday, about the signing of the Jags, and I really thought he was instrumental in turning around 2017 and being what the Jags got out of that year. There's a lot of reasons they won that year, but I don't think people would list him near the top, and I kind of do. And he was here in 16 when they didn't win. But I think people knew from Malik what it looked like. He set the standard. You know who else did that last year in the Jags? We're going to find out if they missed that. But as the season went along, you heard more and more stories about a guy like Arden Key, who back in training camp was like, why are you getting excited about tackling a guy 11 yards down the field? That ain't it. Like, setting the standard, doing those things. Like, that's what I mean intangibly to the locker room, to the culture, to the everything else. And I guess, long story short, I just feel like Engram is a big part of that. One other guy that should be involved in this conversation is Trent Baalke. Guys, he did it again.
Did it again.
Would Trent Baalke have been viewed poorly if they didn't get this done?
I say no.
Yeah, I agree with Case. I don't think so. Like, people wanted it to get done, but if it didn't get done, I don't think it falls all on his shoulders.
Well, that's not – hey, listen, we experienced a year and a half ago or 2 years ago when it really wasn't all on his shoulders, but everybody made it seem like it was all on his shoulders.
No, I mean, like, I don't think the fans would put it on his shoulders is what I mean.
You don't think so?
No, not in free agency stuff. I think swinging and misses on a big draft pick or a big free agent addition, I think it always falls on the GM because they made the decision to spend the money or to make the selection to bring the guy in. But if you're trying to keep somebody and it doesn't work out, I think a lot of times fans look at that as, well, we did what we could.
And
even if he couldn't.
And barring a holdout of not signing the tag, he was going to play for the Jags this year.
Yeah, I get it. That's a little bit that is a part of this story that does exist.
So I think
I agree with you.
If anything, people end up getting mad at Bulky if he's not good.
Yeah, well, they're going to end up getting mad if anybody's not good.
Well, yeah, but if I understand that. But, like, if you play on the tag and it's not as good as it was last year,
yeah.
then you're like, okay, Trent's a hero because they played him on a one-year thing and, we move on. But now, you're in it for a couple of years. So
yeah, I get it, but it's still just a 2-year type of thing, Kasey. So it's still not a bad deal for the team either, even if it really doesn't work to as great lengths as you think. But I understand what you're saying. Listen, here's why I asked the question, because I did put a poll out there on Friday, which went off the board in Vegas, by the way. So take that off the board because the deal got done before the votes could be tallied, even though I was not going to get to the number.
Bro, I was going to get rolled.
I know. That was hurting.
I thought people cared about you, dog. You get as many votes as I do. You suck.
I tried to tell you. I said we're not in like the high engagement time, right?
But I think someone was like, "It's a Jags poll. It's going to do well."
That was Kasey.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. By the way, that's the first vote of confidence I've gotten from Kasey in like ever doing the show.
And look what happened.
I felt like it was a win regardless.
And look what happened. I put all my eggs in your basket, and you blew it, dude.
I know. I have to earn your trust back.
100 votes. What are you doing?
Year and a half.
I thought he was up at like 2-something.
Yeah, it was 2-something.
I gave up on you.
That sucker a few times.
When you retweeted it, it had 172, and I was like, he's done. I'm cooked.
I know, and I knew it.
I had totally forgotten, and then I saw your retweet, and I was like, ooh, it must be not good.
Not good. I retweeted on every account I had. ESPN,
I saw that.
Kasey.
I saw that.
The Kevin Durant burner account.
Everything I had. I was like, please, somebody.
Kasey, we needed like 500-something after that first wave. If you don't have that, you're screwed.
Yeah, boy, we were in trouble from the get. Thank goodness I signed it.
So here's my point on the bulky stuff, is that I think whatever the vote was at the time was like 76% didn't think it was going to get done.
I did notice that.
I saw it at 70+% said no.
Yeah, so they did not think it was going to get done. And so do you kind of applaud Bulky now for getting it done?
Give the man his flowers.
Yeah, I think, again, this goes back to what Kasey has a little bit of problem with this offseason and grading it maybe as high as some people do, because what have they done? Well, this checks the box of, I think, what have they done? Now, yes, he was coming back this year regardless, but he's coming back as a happy, rich guy, which should at least bring good, fanfare with him to the locker room next week when they report. But also it's an indication to the locker room, Kasey and Aaron, that, hey, if you play, we're going to reward you. That's a message. It's not just about Engram. That's a message that I'm going to get this done. Trent Baalke said we need to sign and keep some of our own guys. They did it. They did it with Cam Robinson last year, whether you like it or not. They're doing it with Evan Engram. They're going to do it, hopefully, with guys like Tyson Campbell and Trevor Lawrence and others. Yes, they could not do it with Juwan Taylor. I understand that, but you're not going to sign everybody. They did it with Devon Hamilton. They did it with Roy Robertson-Harris. Listen, Trent Baalke said what his plan was or what they needed to do, and he's doing it. I think you got to applaud him for that.
And that's just where I'm at. That the biggest part of this for me is that they're trying to get rid of the narrative that they're not the same old Jags, because now the Jags take care of players and don't get NFLPA violations in training camp.
Better than that, I'm looking at Baalke going, he's either 3-1 or 4-0 when it comes to the franchise tag. In 2020, I know Caldwell was the GM during the season. I can't remember if it was Caldwell or Baalke who gave Jan the franchise tag. But
that would have been Caldwell.
All right, so we don't have to count Jan. So you're talking about 3 opportunities, 2 with Cam, 1 with Evan Engram. Your franchise tag Cam in 2021, that ends up working out because you end up getting a decent year from him. You franchise him again in 2022, you end up extending him. So you could call that a win, I guess, if you want, although now it looks like, in hindsight, that deal may not become something we love. So call it a loss if you want, 1-1. And then on the Engram thing, at this point, you're calling it a win. 2-1 right there. Depending on how Cam works out, he could be undefeated.
Yeah, that's a good call right there. And I was thinking about this over the weekend. Probably not topic for today, but we'll keep our eye on it. The Cam Robinson one. Was it a win? Was it a loss? Like, what is it? And it was a little surprising to me that they signed him to an extension, quite frankly. But then you're like, okay, they locked it up. Like, I can buy it. And he was playing well until he got hurt, and then you got the suspension and now the draft. So there's a lot that's transpired since it was surprising to me, then started to look good. Now in hindsight, it's like, uh-oh. And that's the way this stuff works, guys. I mean,
up and down.
You know, in week 6, it looks great. By week 13, it might not. Week 6, it might look terrible. By week 13, it looks great. Like,
look, Urban Meyer's hire was like a real big deal in the positive column.
Well, last year, everything looked bad until like week 14.
That's a good one, too.
Yeah. Let's take a break. We'll be back Monday here, and a good Monday, as we do have football this week, as quarterbacks, rookies will report on Friday for the Jacksonville Jaguars. A week from tomorrow, they report. We also got a little sneak peek, if you look at some of those Jaguars video, at that new indoor new facility in general, Miller Electric Center, and they'll have a ribbon cutting on that tomorrow morning. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly to mostly cloudy and hot on this Monday, with a few storms later this afternoon and evening, so keep an eye to the sky. With the exception of an isolated shower early tonight, most neighborhoods are dry and partly cloudy overnight, with lows in the mid-70s. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
We're in the middle of summer. Be ready for anything, on the road or off the road, at Nimnick Buick GMC. No one will ever pay over MSRP at Nimnick Buick GMC, the place where my family has purchased 6 vehicles since we've been in Jacksonville. Go to Phillips Highway or NimnickBuickGMC.com. Are you looking for a used car under $18,000? Maybe one for the kids? Nimnick has a great selection, over 300 used cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjax.com.
Rich Jones here. Investing can be more about just filling a bank account. It's about having a secure retirement, protecting your family. Let DLP Capital help you to protect your why. Here's CEO and founder Don Wenner.
I started DLP Capital with an expectation that I could provide my family, my investors, my team members, and the families of my investors with awesome returns, limited volatility, and no losses, all while providing desperately needed affordable housing to the American workforce.
To get your investor's guide and learn more, dial *invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Sell your home fast this summer with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move when you're ready. One of our clients, Jan, said, Mark Spain Real Estate made the process of selling my home easy and stress-free. I was very impressed with their guaranteed offer, and the process was faster than I expected. I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate. Don't worry about the hassle of constant cleaning and making costly repairs. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Our guaranteed offer keeps you in control. I've been in business for nearly 30 years and have served over 50,000 satisfied clients. And I know what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Sell your home fast with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/
the right seat. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Hey, Aaron, I was just telling Kasey about my first graphing experience.
Oh yeah, I saw a picture. What was going on?
Yeah, I got an autograph for Brett Myers for Kasey. He needed it to finish a set.
Thanks, Brent.
Yeah,
Brett.
Listen, I mean, we're not hiding anything here.
Clearly.
I guess I should have asked you if I should say that. Like, what?
I don't mind.
This is like top secret.
It's a little
stuff.
late for that
one. I don't mind. You're the one that did it.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
No, it's good though. I was like, I felt like I was a grapher for a minute.
You were, bro. You did it.
Of
I
course,
think.
we've been like, if I couldn't get Myers done, then I'd probably have serious problems. I've been around him for like the last 10 years.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
You might want to start already getting his kid. He could be a draft pick next year.
I'm working on it. I ain't gonna have you do that. That's really weird. I'll stick that to me.
Listen, I got him and Skylar Sanford, those two, and maybe even like two other guys on this summer team that could get drafted. I mean, we'll get you ties anytime you need it.
All right, bro. I'll send you 6 dozens of baseballs, and we'll see what happens. Get to work. I only need tie on a couple, though, to be real with you.
Yeah, just for keepsake purposes, maybe. That's probably it.
What was the set you were putting together? Pitchers with over a 4.5 ERA against the Mets?
Oh. You
Or
say that to
something else?
Myers' face.
Yeah,
I will not.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I'll text it to you, Brent. You can say it.
In fact, he'd probably laugh at that.
Especially because he was 10-6 and he used to kill us all the time. So
Was he 10-6 against them?
Yeah, sure.
Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. Hope you had a fantastic weekend, everyone. We've got some football right around the corner. It is that time of the summer. And with football around the corner, moves being made. Evan Engram obviously signs his deal today. The news came out of it, agreed upon yesterday. And the other big story yesterday, DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans. We talked about this last week. We've been monitoring the Hopkins stuff. And I guess we'll go to the same line of questioning. Surprised that he goes to the Titans, guys?
Now, I think I predicted he was going to go to the Titans just because that's where the money was.
Did
you say the same thing?
I thought you said Patriots.
I said I wanted him to go to the Patriots. That was the best outcome for everybody, but I thought he was just going to chase the money.
Well, listen, if we don't remember what everybody said, then yeah, I said Titans.
No, you didn't. I did not. I said Patriots, but I wasn't sure if you said Bills because that makes Stephon Diggs happy.
That sounds like an Aaron thing.
I didn't think the Bills were in. I think they were like, oh, you want a ring chase, bro? That didn't seem serious to me.
Well, listen, I don't know what I said. I know I probably didn't say Tennessee because I don't get it, bro. Like, I understand you want to get the bag. Like, if I'm in that position, I'm probably doing the same thing. But, like, to me, this is like whatever. Even with the Jags playing them twice a year. Like, did you see the Vegas odds? Did you see that post? Before they announced the signing, they were plus 8,000 or 800,000, whatever it was, to win the Super Bowl. The odds didn't move at all.
Well, they shouldn't. He still has the worst pass protection in the league. Adding a wide receiver doesn't exactly fix this.
So, like, I just think this is kind of like, okay, D-Hop's going to play this year. Football. Cool. Like, I don't know. I don't think it makes him that much better.
It is a bit weird when you think about how they were willing to let A.J. Brown walk. And then you essentially signed DeAndre Hopkins. But, to the point, I guess the reality was you couldn't sign A.J. Brown if you were going to sign Derrick Henry and Tannehill, which they happened to do before they got to A.J. Brown. So it was a done deal, I guess. But I still am confused as to what the Titans' plan is.
That's a great call, right? And I think that's where everybody is. And here's why you're confused. Let's revisit. Tannehill's due a ton of money. It sounds like, from the outside looking in, we have no idea for real, but it sounds like they're trying to trade him. They want somebody to take him off their hands around draft time. They also have Derrick Henry, who's due quite a bit of money, still valuable player, but it was making the rounds that he was on the block, and they were trying to trade. Couldn't do it. Nobody was willing to pay that kind of money for a 29-year-old running back. And then they pivot somewhat because they still go get Will Levis.
Yep.
They have remade their offensive line.
Well, they added two to it. They improved it. I wouldn't call it remade at this point, but okay. I understand what you're saying.
They have to remake it because they got rid of everybody last year, right? So it's got to be remade to some degree.
All right.
I'm not saying it's good. It might be made out of popsicle sticks, but they are building it back.
But to the point, they drafted this Skronsky kid at 11, by all scouting reports, he's going to be a great run blocker, but he does nothing for them in the pass block.
Yeah, we better do something. But I guess that's where the confusion lies, right? Wait a minute. You're telling me Tannehill's about washed, or you don't think he's good anymore, and you're trying to get rid of the big number. And Derrick Henry, he's been so good. He's heart and soul of the team and the franchise and everything else, but this might be the time to unload. Okay, well, those things don't work, so let's pivot back. We got rid of all our offensive linemen. We don't really have many weapons, and we're going to still draft the quarterback and have an eye on the future. It really feels like they don't know what to do, but because they're spending so much money on those two players in particular, Henry and Tannehill, they're like, we may as well just run it back. We got to try this.
They had no other options.
It's a dangerous thing. And so therefore, instead of just kind of sucking it up, now they're adding DeAndre Hopkins, who, by the way, is very much in the Tannehill and even Derrick Henry fold right now. How much great play is left?
And I think you're alluding to age and twilight of the career, but it's not just that. If you look at Hopkins' best route, it was this comeback route that Tannehill is supposedly one of the best in the league at throwing. So I think they thought they found some kind of connection that could work for them in that respect. But I think my favorite stat that came out of this story came out of Get Up the other day. I don't know if you guys saw this. Career receiving touchdowns, including playoffs, on the Titans right now. You've got DeAndre Hopkins with 72, Treylon Burks with 1 from last year, Nick Westbrook-Inke at 7, Chris Moore at 8, and then number 2 in the clubhouse, guys, is Mike Vrabel, who as a linebacker caught 12 touchdowns in his career. He is the second leading touchdown receiver on the entire Titans roster, and he's your head coach.
Awesome. That is really a great stat, by the way. We're good.
Ridiculous.
That is really good.
Ridiculous.
So there were thoughts. Everybody's going to question Derrick Henry because of the age, right? The old tread on the tires and the running backs. And by the way, we love Derrick. Derrick Henry is, I think, one of the most amazing stories out of this area. And this is not a knock on him, no disrespect to him. It's a fair question around the running back spot as you get to your late 20s and had as many touches as him. I'm not counting him out. I would not count him out.
Well, he hasn't earned that.
But is he going to be – the guy basically was a 2,000-yard guy for the last few years for you. He was your only thing that you had working in many respects. DeAndre Hopkins, if you remember during this courtship of this offseason, especially when Arizona didn't they just flat out let him go? Yeah, they just let him go. Mm-hmm. And people are like, he can't get open anymore. There are people out there saying he can't get open anymore. So, and then Tannehill, I don't think, of all the three of them, I would say there's less good football left in him than any of the other two guys. But you take those three guys and a lot of money, and it's a fair question whether any of them have a lot left in the tank. To give you what they've given you on the resume before. That's a fair question, isn't it?
100%.
I guess fair question is where I would be held up because I think 2 out of the 3 do have a lot more left in the tank. But I understand why you're asking the question. I understand why other people are asking the question. So I guess to call it fair would be fair, but I just think it's a mischaracterization. I think D-Hop's got multiple good years left in him. Clearly the Titans do too. They signed him to a multiple-year deal, even though they're planning on offloading Tannehill after this year by all respects, if not this year. And who knows what's going to happen with Derrick Henry. But I do want to take us back to the very beginning of when DeAndre Hopkins was talking about finding a new team. He was looking for three things, if you guys remember. He was looking for stable management. I don't know if you can call Tennessee stable management. They have a new GM, so it's not like he's getting fired in season. But you don't know what that's going to look like. So I wouldn't exactly put a check mark at stable management.
Well, nobody's on the hot seat, in fairness to him.
That's fair. Okay. A quarterback who loves the game. So, I mean, maybe Tannehill loves the game. But I think if I had to translate what DeAndre Hopkins was saying was, I don't want a guy like the guy I just played with who hates coming to work every day.
Yeah.
True.
And so we'll see if Tannehill feels that way.
We'll put the work in, right?
Okay, that's fair too.
It seems.
And like if Tannehill's getting sacked to the tune of 5 times a game, maybe that's the attitude that changes during the season. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. And then a great defense, because defense wins championships. Well, Tennessee didn't have a bad defense. I don't know that I'd call them great.
They ain't great.
But it didn't seem like he delivered on any of these things he was looking for. Not one. Except for the one that we all knew he was looking for that he didn't say, which was who's going to cut me the check.
Well, I would say this, though. He didn't go he's not hitting A-listers on those three characterizations of what he was looking for. But he also isn't hitting, like, the bottom of the barrel. I think you can make a case. The defense is suitable.
It's good.
Tannehill, of course he loves the game, but I think there's more to it than that for whatever he's saying. And the stable management, I think they do have some stable management for now. Like, it's not like fair question. You don't know how good the GM is, but he ain't going anywhere in the next couple of years. So they've kind of redirected the ship in that sense. What I can't figure out, and I said a little bit of this on Friday, by name it does scare me a little bit. It puts a little more like, I don't know what that is, that word, but it's
Well, the margin is smaller now, right? The margin is smaller. If you have, and I don't even want to speak it into existence. Let's just talk about in roundabout way. Let's say a sad thing for Jaguars fans and the Jaguars organization happens to a starting player that drastically impacts the season, specifically on offense. Well, if that's a thing that happens in real life, Tennessee Titans have an opportunity to take the South. I mean, you are one injury away from the Titans being in the mix with DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay, but like that, you could say the same thing about the Chiefs and the Bills with their bottom, like the Patriots would all of a sudden have a chance. Like
settle down.
I don't believe that.
Well, I don't think you have to go that deep, though. Is my point. Like,
no, well, I'm just talking about the South. All you need is the Jaguars to falter.
Okay,
like,
falter and like have a big time injury is different.
Well,
right?
I don't think if, again, not to speak it into real life, I don't believe in magic, but no offense to Christian Kirk. If Christian Kirk goes down, the Jaguars still have a pretty good opportunity to win the AFC South.
Okay, I see what you're saying. The problem that I have with Tennessee is for years I haven't thought they were very good to begin with, and they just kept winning. And so in my psyche, I'm like, son of a gun. Like, these guys just find ways to win, Like, they just find ways to win, and I throw them out on paper, and I'm like, this doesn't do much for me. Like, it never does much for me. When they were going to the AFC Championship game, I couldn't believe it. So that's a nod to Vrabel. Vrabel knows how to win. So you start right there means he knows how to win some games. He's going to have them very much like Doug Peterson. He knows how to win, and he did it with the Jags last year. The defense is not great, but it's not terrible. And they kept some big pieces, and they're getting a guy like Harold Landry back, Kasey. So, I mean, they've got some studs now on that defensive side too.
They have some names. I mean, if Harold Landry comes back at 100%, he was legit, and then you put him with Simmons and everything that we know. I mean, they ain't great, but they're solid.
And Derrick Henry's a scare factor, right? I mean, Derrick Henry is dangerous and can win you the football game and can dominate a football game. He was on his way to doing it in Nashville until Shaq Quarterman poked the ball loose.
Yeah.
And now you take DeAndre and listen, Tannehill is capable enough. Although I don't think he's great, doesn't scare me, but he's capable enough. And DeAndre Hopkins, if you get the DeAndre Hopkins that used to live in the AFC South, which Aaron seems to think he's still got some of that, well, he's a threat.
Nah, bro,
so,
he moved out.
Yeah, I feel
He
like
ain't
he did
home no
too.
more.
Like, I agree with you. I feel I'm on your side with that stuff, but I can't discount that the other side might exist. And I still think the Jags are such heavy favorites. But this move, I said it on Friday, this move does a little something to my psyche on the Titans that almost makes them more dangerous, like definitely now more dangerous than Indianapolis. And I really didn't know who was the more dangerous team a week ago.
You disagree, Case?
No, I don't. But, I don't think they're dangerous with Hop. I don't think anything changed. For me, in my head, nothing changed. At best case scenario, Hopkins wins them one more game. Best case. Not 2, 1, maybe. A couple more plays a game. They go from not being able to throw the ball at the end of the season to maybe having an option there.
I know this is going to be different, Kasey, but if you take your scenario last year, then the Jags don't go to the playoffs and they win that game in Jacksonville.
I do get that, and I thought about it when I said it, but the reason why I followed through with saying it is it's not that year anymore.
It isn't. It shouldn't be, right?
The Jags
should
be much better than they were, and I don't think it's going to come down to the play that the Jags had to make with Josh Allen.
The Titans were also pretty ravaged by injury at the beginning, middle, and end of the season last year. A healthier year for the Titans makes them a little more dangerous. The Jaguars were above average healthy for the whole season.
No doubt.
A couple of non-well-placed injuries on the roster could really change the outlook of the season. Yes, I do think there's a load of fairway between the Jaguars and the rest of the AFC South, but DeAndre Hopkins on the Titans, and a few things going their way, a few things going against the Jaguars' way, you could be staring at a tighter race than you want to believe.
I think you just brought a truth serum out there that that is reality. The Jags stayed healthy. The Titans were not just devastated by injuries. They were really devastated by injuries last year.
Consistently.
So, again, I love the Jags in the AFC South. They are the team to beat. If they do their job, they are winning. They're better than everybody else. I think the Titans got a tick stronger this weekend and a little more dangerous in my mind. We'll be back. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
You can help families struggling with hunger and double your impact. If you donate to the LJD Jewish Family and Community Services Max Block Food Pantry this month, your donation will be matched. Please give at jfcsjacks.org.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay, Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
The best way to protect your family from the effects of a hurricane is to make a disaster plan. In the same way you plan for your family, it's important to also make a plan for your pets. Making a pet plan ensures you know what to do for your pets when a storm threatens your community. You can locate pet-friendly shelters, find a list of supplies you may need to bring with you, and other information that can help you and your pets evacuate quickly and safely by visiting makeapetplan.com. This message is sponsored by the Florida Division of Emergency Management, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Digital marketing? Well, my intern handles the social media, my brother-in-law does my search, and my receptionist sends out email blasts. All done.
Your digital marketing may get done, but is it doing anything? No? Then let CMG Local Solutions help. At CMG Local Solutions, we combine the best-in-class technology and analytics to maximize your digital dollars while targeting local customers for your business. So your digital marketing doesn't just get done, it gets results. Learn more about how we can help you at cmglocalsolutions.com.
When students struggle because they are hungry,
or fall behind because they lack school supplies,
a caring adult can make all the difference.
especially someone from the community,
Someone who knows the students.
and the obstacles they might be facing.
At Communities in Schools, our site coordinators surround students with a community of support.
To ensure that they have everything they need to engage in learning.
We go all in for kids, all day, every day.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org.
Did you know that you have the power to positively impact a local child's life? It's as easy as donating to Daniel, Florida's oldest child service agency. Daniel provides counseling to abused children. Daniel helps homeless teens find shelter and learn to live independently. Daniel connects kids with foster families and strengthens at-risk families so they can stay together. They've done all this and more for 135 years. Please become a part of improving the lives of local children and families by donating at danielkids.org today.
You're invited to shop at the White Harvest Farms and Farmers Market every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a market of fresh and affordable farm-to-table produce that comes from a 10.5-acre urban located at 4850 Moncrief Road. There's volunteering, classes, and farming demonstrations. Also, if you're interested in becoming a vendor or volunteer, call 904-354-4162 or visit the White Harvest Farms Eventbrite page. White Harvest Farms wants to be your favorite produce market. This initiative benefits the Clara White Mission.
Hey, it's Brent Mortno from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent AS Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. Oh, I like this. Good bump music here on a Monday. Brent Mortno, Aaron Shack, and Kasey Curtis.
Oh.
You know, a lot of people go on vacation and like getting away from the internet, their phone, and everything else. Now, this is not like a true vacation. I know I kind of feel like I'm doing the radio from the Atlanta area.
Oh, way to give away the secret.
What was the secret? That he's not here?
We were telling people on the stream you were elsewhere.
Oh, and so we get a house with a high school buddy of Ty's, the Harveys. We did it down in Fort Myers, and we did it here, and it's a great way to go. Well, yesterday, I guess, like the internet went out. And so no Wi-Fi, no TV, no...
Immediate evacuation for Aaron and his family.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it is like uncharted territory for the kids and even us, if we're being honest.
At least the kids are old enough where you could tell them, go find something to do. If you have, young kids...
Tell a kid to go find something to do that doesn't involve, the internet working these
I get
days.
it. It's tough. But, you can, if you wanted to, you could, challenge them in some way. You could do a little psychology on them and get them into something. My 5-year-old, if you tell her she doesn't have a tablet, it doesn't matter what you're offering. It's not working.
That's a good point.
It's not working.
We can avoid at least they understand that the internet can go out. Right.
And your kids probably it will eventually come back. My kids are like a lost puppy. It's like, is the internet now gone forever?
It is
what do you
wild.
Say?
Do
you say it's gone forever?
I do, yes.
Yeah. You do.
I say, and it's only because you didn't eat your dinner, so now what?
Yeah, that's it. That's good. You can get away with that sometimes when they're 5.
That's right.
Which is also good. But it is a wild existence when you're planning on having it and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. That's
tough. And listen, sometimes this will happen at work, right? Some will go out for a bit, but usually within an hour or so, it's back on.
Yeah.
This thing was this was on a Sunday we got here. Oh, no. It's out. We're trying to figure out why it's out. We call the folks. They can't get anybody here until tomorrow. And we still don't even know if it's going to come back on tomorrow.
Is it an Airbnb? Or I would get out of there immediately.
Well,
immediately.
Where are we supposed to go?
Let's sleep in a Starbucks. At least they got internet.
Listen, if I can do an Airbnb at a Starbucks, man, I am in. Which is actually another funny story here. They had this old coffee maker, and it took all 3 of the adults to try to figure out the coffee maker last night.
Real head scratcher. Yeah.
When we knew we had an early game today, so we were getting up 6 o'clock. We need that damn coffee to work this morning.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
It's funny. Fun times.
Sounds like a miserable vacation.
Like I said, it's not really a vacation, which is a bigger problem because I planned on doing quite a bit of work from here.
No, it's a big recruiter. Hey, kids, do you want to go vacation in 1880? Yeah, sure. Are we taking the wood carriage down there or no?
Hey, something I want to do this week on the show as we get ready for Jags camp.
Does it get scurvy because you live in the 1700s? Sorry.
We want to go position by position. And so when we come back, Trevor Lawrence ranked very high in a recent quarterback ranking. We're going to tie in the coaches and the quarterback when we come back, 4 o'clock hour, Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Hi, I'm Mike Lester, the founder of Talon Wealth and the host of the Guarding Your Nest Egg radio show. Like you, I love this country, and I'm very thankful for those that protect us along with our freedoms. That's why for active military and active first responders, if you decide to work with us, Talon Wealth isn't going to charge you any advisory fees. We're happy to explain all the details, but most importantly, we want to thank you for your service.
Talon Private Wealth, LLC. Investing in stock markets involves the risk of loss, and there is no guarantee that all or any capital invested will be repaid. Past performance is not a guarantee of future results. Florida license D056341. California license 0N00828.
Smoothie King is a family thing for my family. I love the Lean One vanilla and strawberry. My wife Steph gets the Lean One chocolate. My daughter Kaylee, the Caribbean way. And Ty goes all out for the Hulk. You have choices at Smoothie King. Smoothies for everyone, and now smoothie bowls too. And this summer, plunge into extreme watermelon smoothies, now available at Smoothie King for a limited time. Enjoy extreme watermelon, or for something more tart, dive into the new extreme watermelon lemonade. Extreme watermelon smoothies, back for a limited time, only at Smoothie King. Rule the day at a Smoothie King in Jacksonville.
Hey, this is Bruce.
And I'm Carrie.
We're the owners of Koala Insulation. It's a great time of year to invest in energy-efficient improvements to your home. With our competitive rates and new tax credits for insulation upgrades, you can get huge savings to improve your insulation today and see long-term savings every month going forward.
Give us a call and set up your free evaluation at 679-6282 or find us online at koalainsulation.com.
It's back. The Big One sales event is here, and it's going on now at Arlington Toyota. Arlington's got over 400 new Toyotas available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and family vans. And that means now's the time to go big and go home in style. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you get Arlington's lifetime warranty and 30-day exchange program. But don't wait. The Big One sales event won't last long, so shop today. 10939 Atlantic Boulevard and online at arlingtontoyota.com.
That's Mike saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at Walmart today.
O'Reilly! Refresh your ride at O'Reilly Auto Parts with the new Art of Car Care line from Turtle Wax and LA street artist Mr. Cartoon. Whether it's a detailer to give your paint that extra shine or wheel and tire products to keep them spinning in style. Plus, get 2 times O-Rewards points. Get Turtle Wax and Mr. Cartoon's The Art of Car Care exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
Every weeknight at 6 p.m., it's Overtime with Kurtz in Middleton, and check us out right here on ESPN 690.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The NFL deadline passing at this moment for franchise tag players to sign long-term deals with their respective teams. Waiting for word on any developments with the trio of tagged running backs. Saquon Barkley of the Giants, the Raiders' Josh Jacobs, and Dallas's Tony Pollard. Unlike Barkley and Jacobs, Pollard did sign his franchise tag and attended the Cowboys' offseason program. Free agent receiver DeAndre Hopkins made his choice. ESPN's Diana Rossini reports he's expected to sign a 2-year deal with the Titans instantly. He becomes the most veteran receiver in Tennessee's inexperienced wideout room. ESPN NFL analyst Damian Woody.
You got D-Hop on the outside. People going to have to respect D-Hop. He's not a burner. He's not going to run past you. But the one thing that DeAndre Hopkins is going to do, any ball thrown in his vicinity, he's going to catch the ball. He's going to be the number one guy.
And this just in from ESPN's Jordan Bernard. The Giants and Barkley failing to strike a deal before the tag deadline at 4 Eastern. Much more coming up on Canty and Carlin. Martin Truex Jr. won today's NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. They're close, convenient, and have the parts you need fast, along with excellent customer service from professional parts people you can trust. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me. Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Hey, 4 o'clock hour we go. There was an interesting ranking around Trevor Lawrence. More respect for him, especially with the signing of Evan Engram. That should help Trevor have a nice third season in the NFL. Position by position, we're going to go in the 4 o'clock hour this week, and we're actually going to morph two things together here on a Monday. The coaching staff and Trevor, because obviously the position of quarterback is just Trevor, but it's tied very closely to the coaching staff. Before we do that, breaking news, you just heard it in the SportsCenter update. Saquon Barkley, no deal. How big of a mistake is this for the New York Giants, guys, that Saquon doesn't get a deal? It looks like he will not go to training camp. Maybe will miss even some of the early part of the NFL schedule. Just the opposite of what's going on here in Jacksonville. All is not well with one of their top players, and quite frankly, their top player.
I hope he balls out. I hope he has a record-breaking year this year, and I hope he looks back on the Giants with a hasta la pasta at the end of the year. They earned it.
I hope he doesn't play.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, huh? The whole thing, Kasey, or just like early on?
Like, I'm be real with you. If you don't play early on, you're giving up. Either you don't play or you play. Anybody else agree with that?
Nah, here's the thing. Like, I get the sentiment, right? I actually would like to see him sit out. I thought I was behind Lev Bell when Lev Bell sat out that year with the Steelers. The issue that always happens with these guys, Brent, is it always ends up hurting them, doesn't it?
I feel like it does. Now, did it hurt Le'Veon Bell? He still, from your Jets, got a heck of a deal.
He got a big
right?
deal, but they overpaid. No one else was going to pay that money, and he was never, ever the same ever again.
Well, and that's the thing. See, that's the bigger thing. These guys have pride, man. I mean, they're like some of the best athletes in the world for a reason. They've got pride to deliver and play. Like, money's one thing. It's certainly part of it. It's a business. But Le'Veon Bell can say all he wants that he got paid. He wasn't the same guy. And so being out felt like it did hurt him. And I think just the track record of that shows me that Saquon Barkley can't miss. You can't give up a year when you're a running back. And I think he now will have to go play to some degree to go earn whatever he's going to get next with the Giants or not with the Giants.
Yeah.
And it's too bad. Like, it's an interesting deal because this deadline looms forever. I mean, July 17th is a long time in the making. And they can't get anything done, which really just shows me they didn't want to get it done. One side or another didn't want to get it done.
You know, the Titans.
Maybe both sides didn't want to get it done.
The Titans did Derrick Henry, and that worked out for him. I can't believe the Giants didn't do Saquon. I have a feeling that the Cowboys didn't end up getting Tony Pollard done. No one expected that to get done. And so here's another supreme talent that's going to end up walking from a team. And then Josh Jacobs was the top rusher in the league. You know he's not getting done. I hate what this says about the running back market, and the more I read about these guys getting screwed out of their second contract, the more I think the CBA may have to do something about it.
Yeah, and I like where you're going here, and I get it, and that's okay. I don't feel bad for the running back position. You could still sign that tag and make $10 million, but I understand relative to everything else what you're saying.
Not even just a relative. You say it all the time. They get banged on every play. It's the one position that needs the guarantee more than anybody.
I know, but listen, man. Like, you can't just want something just because. The market tells us something. And running backs, like, having the star running back doesn't get you to the place you want to go in this day and age of football. And so investing in that position obviously hasn't worked out for so many, and that's why we see the contracts go devalued. And so much so that I saw it put out there today that, like, the quarterback, the guaranteed salary of the quarterback position, the franchise tag was however many years ago, maybe this was 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't know what it was, $18 million. It's now up to $32 million. $18 million to $32 million. The running back position in that same time span has gone from $10.9 million to $10.1 million. It's actually gone down.
It's the only one.
Franchise tag.
The only one has gone down.
Yeah, so, like, I get, but that's just, like, that's just the value. That's where the game sees it. That's where you can go get other running backs.
No, you're
it's better
right.
to have a younger running back. Like,
you're
again,
right.
I'll say it. Travis Etienne was not going to sign a second deal here. Like, I'm convinced of it, that he just won't sign another deal here.
This is why you can't have these guys sign 5-year deals out of the draft. If their whole career is going to span 6, then making them sign 5 is a tragedy in that sense.
That'll be up to the CBA and the players union to get that done. But I don't disagree with you. The problem is we're going to have to wait and to see where it is in like 5 more years for that to actually come to fruition.
And then even then, if I'm a linebacker or a wide receiver, I'm like, why I got to sign 5 years then?
Well, true. Then that becomes a slippery slope.
Yeah.
So, like, I like what you're saying. I'm not telling. I don't necessarily agree it's going to happen, but I do like what you're saying in that sense. I mean, listen, it used to be a time where I don't know, name the position. There was always somebody low on the totem pole of the position. Like, maybe it's left guard, right? It's like, why aren't we getting as much as the tackle? Well, now what's changed is all those big body guys actually are getting a ton of money. So Saquon Barkley, no go. We'll see what happens with everybody else. I do think, and again, I'm kind of on the side of, I think you can find the running backs. I don't think you have to pay the running backs. Overall, I'm probably on that side of the argument. I think in this, I thought, and I still think, Saquon has a lot of the leverage here. The Giants are in a dangerous spot. They don't even know how great or good their quarterback is. They just signed him to a mega deal. What does that say to the locker room? That you signed him to the deal, but you didn't sign Saquon Barkley, your best player, to a deal. That will resonate. That was a problem here in Jacksonville, by the way, in 2018. That started the unhappy player stuff. Whether it was right or wrong, that contributed to it. You also have 2 very good teams with the Cowboys and especially the Eagles. You also have the Jets in your same stadium that look to be better and more on the rise than you do potentially. So, and this puts Dable in a tough spot in year number 2 as the head coach. So I think Saquon definitely has the leverage. The problem is the leverage isn't going to help his pocketbook now because the deadline has passed. Let's get Sean on the line before we get to the Jags and QB and coaches. Wanted to talk a little bit about Derrick Henry and the impact, I believe, of the Tennessee Titans. Sean, what's happening? I hope you had a good weekend, man.
I had a great weekend, man. I'm Evan Engram's back. I'm happy. I actually wanted, before I go to my question, I wanted to go on Aaron real quick. I just wanted to, Aaron, you almost got your Jags card revoked. You sound like you were a Titan fan for a second with all the Titan rah-rah. I had to question it for a second, man. But I did want to say what my question is for Brent and for Aaron. Like, the fact that you guys feel that the Titans have that little sliver of a threat. I'm curious to know if you guys feel that way because you think the Jags defense is bad, or do you or suspect, or do you feel that way because you actually believe that DeAndre Hopkins adds an extra value to the Tennessee Titans? And as far as the running back position that you guys were just talking about, I feel like for running backs nowadays, you have to have like remember our Denard Robinson back in the day for us?
Yeah.
Like, you have to be like a Swiss Army knife for a running back to get paid now. And I feel like that's the way that everything is going for the running back. If you can't catch out of the backfield, you're not going very far in the NFL anymore.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, Sean. Good thoughts. Well, the only thing is Saquon can catch a bit out of the back.
No, he's like the second best receiver at the running back position in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's more than that. I just think it's that position. I don't know if it's a skill set per se, but I think it's and the difference with Saquon, I think, bigger than these guys. Like, Josh Jacobs is fine. He's not a superstar. Pollard is not a superstar. Like, Saquon Barkley is like Zion Williamson potential superstar. Like, he really is. Like, I think he is, like, face of the league, superstar potential. He's a freak. And they're saying, we don't need you. Or we don't value you. And that's not going to resonate well in New York. I just have a bad feeling for the New York Giants. All right, back to what Sean was just talking about. I would say, to answer the question, I think it has nothing to do with the Jags. I think the Jags defense is going to be better than people give it credit for. And I also think their offense has a chance to be so good that their defense doesn't even need to be that good. It needs to be just get the job done. But it doesn't need to be, like, dominant. But I do think the defense is going to be better than people think. So it has nothing to do with the Jags. This has everything to do with the Titans and who they've been and a little bit of their DNA and how we feel about Tennessee in Jacksonville. Maybe some scar tissue there. And you add a player that also provides that scar tissue. Because when he was in the AFC South with Houston, he was a pain in the butt for the Jags. Like, he beat up the Jags. We had some great battles with him and Ramsey. But Houston was the better team, the better franchise at that time. So I think if you add it's like a feel thing, Sean. If you add everything that feels about the Titans, what we know, Vrabel, he knows how to win. Derrick Henry, he can be unstoppable and owns the Jags and embarrasses the Jags sometimes. And then DeAndre Hopkins, who can do similar things if he's still good. I think that's what adds up, Aaron, to me to say, they're a little pesky right now in my mindset, and I think I'm a mentally tough guy.
Well, I agree with you on the defense. I think the defense is going to be better than people are expecting it to be this year. There's a bunch of young guys in their second, third year, taking a step forward, second year with the coaching staff. I think they're actually going to be pretty reliable this year. It's that the Jags were overwhelmingly lucky in health last year. And if you think about your favorite teams in the NFL or your favorite players in the NFL, it never is predictable, but it always ends up happening. Someone goes down at some point, sometimes early, sometimes in the preseason that you don't see coming, and it screws with a whole season. And all that needs to happen for the Jaguars is for a significant, impactful player on offense to go down, who possibly has blonde hair, won't even say the name.
Kasey, can you kill his mic or something? I mean, once is enough.
I'm just saying, this isn't about Jags fan or not. And by the way, you can have the Jags fan card. I never used it. I'm a Jets fan. But
yeah, not a good one.
Not a good one. Well, that's the thing. Hey, look, more so than a fan of any football team, I'm a fan of anxiety and worrying. And this is what I do. I find the spots that keep me up at night and I go, well, no one else is worried about this. And I'm looking at the Titans going, look, DeAndre Hopkins, Ryan Tannehill, you know who they remind me of? You ever go to a basketball court and you see a couple of these dudes in their 50s kind of trotting around, bouncing the ball like they learned it from like George Mikan, and then you step on the court with them and you realize, oh, I'm in way over my head right here. These guys are hitting every shot. They've been playing together for 152 years. Well, maybe Hopkins and Tannehill haven't been teammates or anything like that, but these guys are not rookies. They've forgotten more about the NFL than most of the roster on the Jaguars has learned at this point, being so young. And I'm sitting here going, that could be a dangerous team. All they need is a little momentum and a little luck with health. They were another one of these teams who had the bad luck of the draw in those one-score games, just like the Jaguars did early on. And so things go a couple of different ways for the Titans last year. Maybe they have like 10 or 11 wins, and we're not looking at them like a pushover. But they just had this miserable spiral at the end of the year, and that, I think, is the taste that is resting on everybody's tongue at this point.
Well, I think it's multiple things. It's that, right? They ended the season on a swoon because of injuries, but also because they just weren't very good. And then they spent an offseason looking like they were about to tank it for Caleb Williams or figure it out in the next era of Titans football. And then they kind of reversed field because they had to, because they're stuck with Tannehill and Derrick Henry contracts. And like, all right, well, I guess we should try to win. So it's like, it almost feels like a half-ass effort to try to win.
Yeah.
You know? And so that's why it's a little bit confusing. I wonder what it feels like in Tennessee. All right, what it feels like in Jacksonville is very good. Sign Evan Engram. You have a lot of good stuff happen around this organization, and you do have the quarterback, you think, for the next however many years here in the city of Jacksonville. ESPN put out a list today, guys. It has him number 8 on the list.
It's impressive.
Into the top 10.
Yeah.
And so, again, you can do this easily. Others will have a hard time doing this. Take your Jags hat off. Is he a legit top 10 quarterback in the NFL?
I actually think he's more than that, but not based on the half of season from last year, based on what I think he'll do this year.
Okay.
And that's coming from the Jets fan. But he's got all the tools, right? He's got the arm to go downfield. He's got the reads at this point early on in his career. He's got the nonverbal communication going with the guys who were on the team last year. Like, this is a quarterback poised to take another, in my opinion, big step forward.
Yeah, I like these kind of like poll questions. And this one has to do, by the way, this was voted, it was like 80, I think they said 80 votes. And league executives, coaches, scouts, and players ranked the top 10 players at 11 different positions. And here's what I like about it. He's in the conscience of those folks.
Yeah, the folks whose job it is to know. Yeah.
You think of Trevor Lawrence, like his name comes to mind. How many times in Jacksonville, heck, we still complain about this about Fred Taylor. If you did this back in the late 90s when Fred was ripping it up and how talented and great he was, he didn't get the love because his name didn't come to mind. It was Jacksonville.
And to that end, they've never had a quarterback in the top 10 on this list, ever.
Oh, is that like a fact?
Yeah.
They never have?
Not Brunell, not Leftwich, and nobody else. Yeah, not Bortles.
So Trevor comes to mind. When you think quarterbacks in the NFL around the country, he comes to mind now. And I think that's what this says more than, all right, rank him 8, 9, 12, whatever it is. He's in line, and he got enough votes, obviously, to be in the top 10. But it's very this is a vote that I think echoes what you just said, that he is going to be really good this year.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of people feel that way. Like, find me someone, and I know you said, like, Brent had him as the, like, tier or whatever, but Kasey, like, if you project, find me somebody that says Trevor Lawrence is not going to be good this year. It's almost scary.
Yeah, no one's
Can't
out there.
find anybody.
No one's really calling him overrated. We're saying last year was a fluke. It's not a thing.
Which I think is good but scary.
Good but scary.
Like, we're not comfortable with that.
Not
right?
comfortable.
Like, we really are not comfortable.
Can I ask why, though? Is it just because it's like a jinx?
Yeah, the same reason you're not comfortable with freaking Hall of Fame quarterback Aaron Rodgers being your quarterback.
Not true. I'm not comfortable with him being my quarterback because I'm afraid he's going to break his hip on the third play of the year.
No, you're not. You're just afraid it's going to be a Jets bust and a move that's gone bad. That's what you're afraid
Pretty
of.
sure that's going to happen.
You're not afraid of that. You're putting money on him to do something if he's still in Green Bay.
Ranked fourth on this list.
Or if he goes somewhere else.
Ranked fourth, yeah.
So, like, that's where your hesitation comes from, and I think that's where some of our, like, in our subconscious here in Jacksonville, we're, like, afraid to say it. And I've had to, like, convince myself to say it even all off season. Like, the Jags are good. I know it. Like, they're good. Like, I know they're good. I can go position by position and tell you they're good. And that's why we begin with the quarterback, and we know this guy's talented. We know, like, you didn't – 2 months of a fluke? No. Blake Bortles, when he had that great December, which I don't think he ever gets enough credit for that year, he had a terrific 3-week stretch in December. Could you say a 3-week stretch is fluky? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did it turn out to be? Yeah, kind of. Did he even set himself back a bit against Buffalo when he played terrible in the first half? Yeah. He actually bounced back, played well against Pittsburgh, but that was Blake. That was, you're going to get some good. Okay, that was the really good. It looks like he's turned a corner, and then it kind of shows the warts again. I mean, Trevor threw 4 picks in that first minutes. I get it, but and he made some mistakes. He wasn't perfect, but for 2.5 months, he played some really damn good football. Some of the best football in the NFL at the quarterback position over that stretch. I think he was ranked like second or third in a lot of categories. And with the talent and the expectation marriage to what he did in the last 2.5 months, we can certainly buy in and say, hey, ESPN, you know what? You got this one right. He is 8th.
Yeah,
he's a top 10 QB.
You would never see this kind of good list on a PFF list, I'll tell you that.
Oh, boy.
By the way,
like him, too.
By the way, Trevor's on the youngest on this list.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even see the full list. I just saw the Trevor part of it. So you said Aaron Rodgers was 4. I got to believe Mahomes is 1.
You got Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, then Rodgers, Herbert, Hurts, Lammer, Trevor, Dak, and then Stafford rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, it gets kind of reckless at the bottom.
You don't think Stafford's a number 10?
I'm actually fine with Stafford.
So who are the?
You don't like Dak?
Dak.
No, he was before Trevor.
Lamar.
Oh, Lamar. Okay, that's fair.
What I can't figure out is
I'll take Trevor right now, but it's still fair.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I might flip-flop him, but you could at least make the case for Lamar to be there. Go ahead, Kasey.
Somebody's definitely missing here. I just don't know who it is. because how did they get Stafford and Dak on here? Like, it's just not coming to mind. There has to be somebody
Kirk
missing.
Cousins got an honorable mention. Deshaun Watson got an honorable mention. There are a few guys who got honorable mentions. I'm okay with the 10 they've got, especially if Stafford comes back looking anything like
Tua.
he did right before he went down.
Where's Tua, bro?
Yeah.
Where he should be.
You taking Dak or Tua?
Dak.
You wild.
What's Tua done that Dak hasn't?
A lot of concussions, but
like Dak's at least made the playoffs.
I would take Tua. I'd put it on the board, but there's really nothing.
You're talking about a quarterback that they're about to let walk after this season.
Yeah, but we both know they're about to let him walk because he has concussions.
I mean, they could have extended him before last year. They chose not to.
I bet if he here's the put on the board bet. If he stays healthy all year, they extend him. I'm not even bringing up the numbers.
Yeah.
I'm just
That's
betting
true.
that he plays well enough.
I'd probably agree with you too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the thing. Like, you know what I would? I'm been a big Dak believer and supporter more in the last couple of years than I was at the outset. He really surprised me at how well he's played in the NFL. But then last year was a setback, and it's like this. Just like him and Kirk Cousins have a lot in common. It's like, why can't they can put numbers up? They can be almost MVP type candidates for a stretch of the season, and then they just can't get the job done when you need to. I would actually be okay with Kirk Cousins being in the 9 hole here, though, even more than Dak.
I would put Dak in front of Kirk only because there has been extensive research done on how Kirk Cousins falters in the spotlight, and often Dak will get the blame for Cowboys' playoff loss when it's not necessarily the case of what's happening.
Yeah, I think you can have a lot of debate after. Really, what's interesting is you can have a lot of debate after Trevor. Like, I don't really think Trevor's much debate here. I think they got it right.
Yeah, top 10.
Yeah. I also don't see Brock Purdy, so.
Well,
are you guys comfortable with Aaron Rodgers at 4, though?
No.
I'm not a bit high, no?
I am.
I'm not comfortable
Higher
with
than Herbert?
I'm not comfortable with Hurts at 6.
Hurts at 6?
So that's where I guess I get uncomfortable with Aaron Rodgers.
Like, I would consider Hurts, Lamar,
Wait, you
and
think
Herbert.
Hurts should be 4?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Herbert 5, Lamar 6, Rodgers 7.
I don't know, man. I
could go with
disagree
that.
with you guys. I'm ready to go. I don't mind Aaron Rodgers being ahead of those guys. Herbert maybe ahead of Rodgers because there's so much upside.
He's also playing on the same team with the same guys.
Yeah, I don't mind Rodgers in the top 5. Let's just say that. I really think it's fascinating how much Joe Burrow's stock has risen to be number 2, and people don't even question it.
Nope, no question.
I mean, he'd be number 1 without question if Mahomes wasn't a multiple champion. Because it's not Mahomes' passing numbers that has him above Burrow. It's the Super Bowls.
Well, yeah, okay, and doing it longer. I mean, he's done it for 5 years.
That's fair.
Burrow's done it for 2
and a half.
So, well, yeah, 2 if you count the rookie.
But my point is that, like, if you're going off of stats alone, I think Burrow would win.
I don't think so. I think eye test says nobody's saying Mahomes is below anybody with the eye test. Take numbers, Super Bowl rings. I don't agree with you.
Hey, just let me lock you in here, Brent. Going back to what you just said, you're comfortable with Jalen Hurts outside the top 5. Is that right?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
And by the way, that's like somewhat semantics, but
all right.
Like I actually wouldn't. I would put Hurts before Herbert, and willing to do that more than before Rodgers.
Okay. All right.
But
for 2023.
23.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think. Here's the thing, guys, about Rodgers is I don't think he's shown like the decline. Like, has he shown evidence of a decline?
I think you could answer that 2 ways. I would answer it as I think it was more the thumb than him being bad last year with the lack of weapons. But I also think you could answer it as he just is getting bad and the thumb was an excuse.
I mean, whether it was or it wasn't, it's a coincidence or not. The fact is he had his worst statistical season at his age 39 year, and now he's going to be 40 in the NFL, and you're wondering if he can get back to what he was at 37 or 38. Any other guy, you're saying no.
And if you're telling me that I'm putting 24-year-old Jalen Hurts in the same offense with the same dudes for 23 specifically behind that, ain't no way, Brent.
Well, let me add one more defense to Aaron Rodgers then. In that top 6 especially, but now you might even be able to creep up with 7 and 8, but definitely the top 6. Aaron Rodgers played with the worst cast by far.
Oh, them boys were awful, yeah.
With those guys, right? Like everybody else is loaded.
That's fair.
On that Mahomes, I'm just making sure I got it right. Burrow, Josh Allen, I wouldn't say loaded, but he's got definitely more than Rodgers has. And then certainly the case for Herbert, and definitely the case for Hurts. So, again, I don't mind buying Aaron Rodgers right now, and we'll see.
Non-mobile old Aaron Rodgers. Okay.
Also coming off, and again, you could say the thumb, but outside of other injury seasons where he played less than the season, he played 9 and 7, 9 games in 13, 7 games in 17. Outside of those 2 seasons, threw for the least amount of yards, least amount of touchdowns, most amount of interceptions, second most amount of interceptions.
It was the damn ayahuasca, whatever it was.
He says it makes him better. And so to that point, Brent, even if it was the ayahuasca, he's now done it 2 or 3 more times since the dark retreat. So
the darkness is going to work better.
Might have worked better if he was thrown in the dark.
Especially in New York. Stay in the dark. We'll take a break. Back to Trevor, though. I want to talk Trevor and how it relates to Doug Peterson and the staff. I mean, one thing that I continue to talk about, I don't know if enough people talk about. I get it. Players make plays. Players win games. But, man, this staff is about this head coach is as good as this place has had since Tom Coughlin. And I think the resume shows that. But I also think it's a very good staff around the quarterback. Let's talk more about the coaches as it relates to Trevor Lawrence when we come back. Brent Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Partly to mostly cloudy and hot on this Monday with a few afternoon and evening storms, so keep an eye to the sky. When it's not raining, it's going to be hot with our temperatures up in the mid-90s for daytime highs. Then it'll be partly cloudy tonight, low 74, and just isolated storms Tuesday as we turn the heat up a notch. Stay cool. From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Corey Sima.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
Hey, Jacksonville, we need your help. It may be summer, but school is just around the corner. Hundreds of local homeless, at-risk, and low-income students need school supplies. One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union, is collecting school supplies through July 30th, so our most vulnerable kids can start the school year right. Be a good person and help us fill 350 backpacks this summer. Bring donations to your nearest One-to-One Financial branch. Learn more and find the closest branch at 121fcu.org. And don't forget, the school supply tax holiday is the last week of July. Thanks, Jacksonville.
Don't give in to that constant joint pain. Take control. Take back your quality of life today with help from QC Kinetics. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martineau. QC Kinetics is helping people every day, here and across the country, with their amazing non-surgical treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue. They use the latest advances in regenerative medicine, taking your own body's healing agents and concentrating them right in the area where you have the agonizing pain. This incredible non-invasive approach helps you take back control of your body, relieving the pain in the knees, the hips, the shoulders, or the back. No invasive surgery, no harmful drugs, no steroids, no downtime. Listen, summertime needs to be about having fun and making memories, golfing, hiking, enjoying the outdoors. Take control now and start living pain-free once again. Call now for your free consultation with QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. Locations in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra. Free consultation, QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Smoothie King is a family thing for my family. I love the Lean One vanilla and strawberry. My wife Steph gets the Lean One chocolate. My daughter Kaylee, the Caribbean way. And Ty goes all out for the Hulk. You have choices at Smoothie King. Smoothies for everyone, and now smoothie bowls too. And this summer, plunge into extreme watermelon smoothies, now available at Smoothie King for a limited time. Enjoy extreme watermelon, or for something more tart, dive into the new extreme watermelon lemonade. Extreme watermelon smoothies, back for a limited time, only at Smoothie King. Rule the day at a Smoothie King in Jacksonville.
Why let a plumbing company tear up your property to repair or replace your old cast iron pipes when Superior Plumbing and Pipelining's no-dig trenchless service can reline them in just one day? Request an estimate now at SuperiorPlumbingJax.com.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Yo, Biff, this one still needs to be vacuumed.
The service at Chuck's car detailing business is spotless. But new word-of-mouth recommendations leave him short of hands.
They don't have an appointment? Just get him in line behind the pickup truck. I'll stay for another couple hours and get it done tonight.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Rich Jones here. If you're an investor who's interested in doing well while doing good, getting solid returns on your investments while making a positive impact, consider investment funds with DLP Capital. Here's Don Winter, CEO of DLP Real Estate Capital, to tell you more.
With the current housing shortage in the U.S., investing in real estate, especially workforce housing, is one of the safest and most reliable places to invest. We invest in affordable housing for hardworking people and generate amazing returns for each of our investors.
To get your investor's guide and find out more, dial ** invest from your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug deadly.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
You're invited to shop at the White Harvest Farms and Farmers Market every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a market of fresh and affordable farm-to-table produce that comes from a 10.5-acre urban located at 4850 Moncrief Road. There's volunteering, classes, and farming demonstrations. Also, if you're interested in becoming a vendor or volunteer, call 904-354-4162 or visit the White Harvest Farms Eventbrite page. White Harvest Farms wants to be your favorite produce market. This initiative benefits the Clara White Mission.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. 4 o'clock hour, here we continue. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton on the way at 6 o'clock. You can listen to it daily right after Brent and Friends, 6 p.m. until 7 p.m. I have a little bit of a new show announcement coming up maybe in the next week.
What you got, Brent? Gymnastics show?
Gymnastics show would be good.
Chess strategies?
We've done a golf show, we've done a baseball, softball show. Haven't tried the gymnastics show yet.
I'm great at tumbling.
Yeah, I bet.
Down the stairs. Oh, Brent! Look at that!
Yeah, man, we've been working together too long, I guess.
All right,
By the way, how was the fun run? Did you pass out?
I was just telling Kasey the whole story. Brent, I didn't get to run in the fun run. I was too busy doing award-winning broadcasting right here on ESPN 690.
Well, I heard it was a fantastic hour.
Not only that, I broke the Evan Engram news.
Wow.
After I read it on Twitter.
Perfect timing. I just take credit for it. And
I did.
You might be the new show we're talking about.
Oh, someone should tell me. Although, you know what?
Every Sunday at 11 o'clock.
It wouldn't surprise me if this was the case. If I was the last to learn that I was the new show, it would not be shocking.
So it was a good day, though, at the fun run.
Yeah, we had a
Ronald
great time.
McDonald House charity.
We got a lot of money donated for the Ronald McDonald House in Jacksonville. Got to speak to a lot of very special people. Great families out there having a great time. My family went out there, had a great time. Had to give a little pep talk to my daughter. She disappointed me in that 35-foot fun run. She came back, though, Brent. She did the thing. She did the deal in that red light, green light, 1, 2, 3 race. Almost won. Came in second, but I do think there was some cheating. So
She recovered. Cheating,
I told her she
cheating,
came in
you're not
first.
trying.
Amen,
Well,
Brent.
I don't know. We don't support the cheater. My daughter was the one not cheating. But okay, that's fine.
I don't mind the Houston Astros.
But it was a fun event. And next year we'll make sure to do it not when it's 173 degrees outside.
Yeah, well, it's hot in a lot of places. Hey, let's continue to talk about Trevor Lawrence, and where I think Trevor, of course, all this top 10 thing ESPN put out there, which I love because it came from execs, coaches, players, scouts. So it's a broad voting panel. There's so much to like with what he has. Obviously, his weaponry, Evan Engram being added. But I think the undertold story continues to be this him and Doug Peterson. I think Doug might be on the verge of stardom in coaching. I don't think he's looked at that way. I think he has the ability to be that with what he's about to do in Jacksonville, with what he can build on from last year, with what he can do with Trevor Lawrence. He's already a Lombardi winner, so that makes it puts you in an elite category. But we could be looking at guys, and without going, again, this is going to sound dramatic. I just want you to put it in the context of what it is. This isn't about to say, hey, they're going to go win 6 Super Bowls together. But there is Brady Belichick, right? There was even Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll. There was back in the day Walsh Montana. There's Noel Bradshaw. There's even today there's Roethlisberger Tomlin. It was Cowher Tomlin for a bit. The coach and quarterback combo is big. Eli Manning, Tom Coughlin. I can keep naming them if you want. Reed Mahomes right now. That's important. If you're going to win for a long time, that's important. I think the Jags have it, guys. I think they've got that. Now, to what extent, I don't know. But I think they've got that combo.
To what extent could it be? Like, I think it could be to the highest extent. I'm not sure. Like, neither of these guys are built for failure. They're just not. That's not the way these. Like, I realize that Peterson isn't like 200-0. He's
we said
lost
that about
games.
the last dude too, though.
I understand, but you look at the way you look at the way Dougie works. You look at the way he moves, and you're like, this is a guy who you can see winning year in and year out. Can you not?
You can.
Like, very much in that Tomlin vein. Like, he's not the same kind of guy, but in the respect that the players love to play for him. You always have faith that he's a better coach than the guy on the other sideline for the most part. He's a real heady coach, real strategic thinker. He's got an answer for almost everything, it seems.
I'm trying to think what Doug has to prove to me for me not to say this about him. Like, I feel like a gush all over. I mean, you think he'd at least invite me down to, like, South Florida to play his golf course or something.
No, I heard this is the reason why he doesn't.
Oh,
he's
probably
kind of
not.
freaked out.
Probably
about it.
afraid.
He was like, he made a giant sign in my face.
Yeah, he probably is afraid of it. Like, but I think this guy's so good. So I'm trying to think where it could go, okay, a little bit sideways or is not as good as I think. Now, of course, you're talking Super Bowls or how big you can win, and there's a lot of traffic to get through in the AFC. We know that. But I guess this year there's a different attack for him. And this is something I guess you could argue, guys, that he didn't handle great in Philadelphia. Once they got to the mountaintop and won almost unexpectedly to beat the Patriots and go on that run with Nick Foles, kind of like the Jags did get to where they got last year, almost unexpectedly. Well, then the next 2 years weren't as good for Doug. So is that where we're at? Even though they didn't win a Super Bowl, they accomplished so much last year that now the expectations ramp up. You go from the hunter to the hunted. How do you coach like that, with the expectation and the pressure? I guess that's what we'll learn a little bit about Doug Peterson and just how good he is. Can you be a good front runner, right? I mean, that's what this year is about. They're a front runner in the AFC South.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong, but I think there's also, if you do what you did in Jacksonville, at least early in your first year, because it's not Philly and it's Jacksonville, you get a year of immunity no matter what. So, like, ideally this doesn't happen, but if things don't go right this year, it's going to be like, that was weird, that was disappointing, here we go next year. Like, I think Doug has built that up because of where he's coaching and the lack of success that has been seen, that there's 1 year added on that he might not have had in Philly.
You could also make the case that last year they were only they should have just won 6 or 7. So if this year they win 8 or 9, it'll feel like a step backwards. In reality, it'll be kind of on pace. And maybe last year was too much of a step forward or too quick a step forward than the team was actually at the stage of. You could do all those mental gymnastics to kind of forgive Doug for the year in the way you're saying. I kind of agree with you in that sense. But what do you think the leash is, Case? Is it 2 years?
No, I just think you get one solid without anybody bringing up anything. So if the second year is also bad, then it comes up. But I don't think you're getting fired.
I get what Kasey's saying. I think you're a long way from talking about firing. Like, it would have to go really sideways in a lot of different ways. But I get what Kasey's saying. So that there's another part of this that, okay, it's not just how you handle the success of last year. Now the switch, right, where you're the target in the AFC South, because I think that's unquestioned. It's where can you take Trevor? He did such a great job developing Trevor last year. This staff did. This is where I think this really comes into play, and that's why I wanted to morph the position talk of quarterback with coaches. But where can he take him? I mean, he's around him for 1 year. That's it. Now we got this whole offseason. We know they get along well. He's working with, like, a lot of tools with Trevor Lawrence. Let's be honest. He's working with way more than he worked with in Philadelphia and Carson Wentz and Nick Foles, as that turned out.
No doubt.
So where can he take him? Because I think if you look at the duos, all these guys, we're looking at the coaches and quarterbacks. Sure, the quarterback helped the coach get there, but you have to give credit to the coach for getting the quarterback to where he got. And I'll give you the great example right now is Burrow, your guy, Kasey. Because Zach Taylor's doing a hell of a job with Joe Burrow in that maturation process.
Unbelievable.
So where can Doug take Trevor next? And I don't even know what that looks like. We throw numbers out there, but I just don't know. There's probably so many subtle things that Doug will do this year to make Trevor even better that I just think the average eye might not even showcase. I think this might look at how you study for a game, like how you prep for a game. It might be so many behind-the-scenes thing, and then it shows up on Sundays in a good way, but it just looks like a 315-yard day with 3 touchdowns and no picks for us from the outside.
Good day, Doug.
So, and that would be fine, right? That would look good, too. So, when I've asked Doug about this, like, where does Trevor go from here? What's his step? And basically he puts it very simply, very clearly. Like, it's kind of black or white. It's like he does what he did at the last 2 months of last year for an entire season. He does it right out of the gates.
Yeah.
And, well, I guess, does that mean if Doug has developed or done a better job, if Trevor's getting better, then that first month will kind of tell the story? Maybe.
Yeah, I think it would, especially because the schedule is kind of favorable for him, too.
There is that.
Interesting. But I think this year will go a long way at convincing maybe a lot of other people to what I already believe. The Jags have a QB coach combo that could take them through this 2020s decade and maybe even beyond.
Yeah, as we talk about QB coaches or their combos, it gets me thinking a little bit more about what does a Super Bowl or a Super Bowl trophy, even an appearance, but a trophy, say about either of these guys. We were talking a little with Cliff Averill about this, and I mentioned the fact that in hardly any other sport does a championship define a Hall of Fame season. For a quarterback, it's the thing, right? And for head coaches, it's the thing. But, like, in the NBA, some of those guys need championships to be considered some of the greats, but you don't really hear it too much in baseball. And then you start looking at the list of coaches who have won the Super Bowl or appeared in the Super Bowl, the quarterbacks they went with, and the coaches who lost. And you're like, quarterbacks who win the Super Bowl, it seems almost like it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio of great head coach, Super Bowl winning head coach. You get almost no mistakes on that list. Versus maybe on the made the appearance but didn't win the game. Like, do you expect the name Ken Wisenhunt when we're talking about Hall of Fame head coaches? Probably not, but he took the Cardinals there against Mike Tomlin. Meanwhile, names like Belichick, Cowher, Dungy, Coughlin, Tomlin, Harbaugh, Carroll, those are your winners. Andy Reid. Even a guy like Bruce Arians, who maybe not be considered one of the best head coaches of all time, is certainly an innovator on the offensive side of the ball with hardly any peers.
Well, I think you do get elevated, right? Your coach goes from, hey, he's pretty good to really good once he wins one, which also strikes me about Doug. Like, he won one, and then it was like they forgot about him in the interview process.
They really did,
ago,
yeah.
Which is crazy.
He's nuts.
But I'll give you the flips. I love what you just did there because I think you're right. I don't have the list in front of me, but I flip it around and say, can you be a good head coach that wins a Super Bowl with an okay quarterback? And the answer is yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
There are a
From
few of them on here.
Dilfer to Johnson to others, right?
And Nick Foles.
To Nick Foles. In this, very good.
And then the reverse, by the way, is rarely but can be true, where you have a great quarterback like Peyton Manning help Gary Kubiak win a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's a great example of one. Like, that's a little bit of an outlier.
But you can't really find the others.
Kubiak's not going to be considered a great coach. Now, he could have made his way there if he had either stayed healthy or stayed in it, right? But I don't think he was trending in that direction. So that's a good call. Here's one last thing to put a bow on this position group of coaches and quarterback here in Jacksonville. And I think I know your answer, but it's hard to win a Super Bowl. Like, really, 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 really hard.
Yep.
You betting – I gave you $1,000 – wait, you have to put your own $1,000.
Oh, not a chance.
You have to put your own $1,000.
How many flip coins does $1,000 buy?
Trevor Lawrence wins the Super Bowl.
Ever or this year?
Ever.
What are the odds?
I have no idea.
Well, that matters.
What would be the odds on that? Like,
if I'm only getting $5 back for $1,000 of my own money, I'm not taking it.
No, it'd be like that'd have to be like a plus 400 bet.
I got to imagine.
400?
I got to imagine it's a safe bet to take regardless of the odds. I understand it's not favorable to win catch case, but Trevor Lawrence to never win a Super Bowl in his career sounds like a less likely outcome than wins once.
I agree. I think, careers are long, and when you think of the legendary quarterbacks, like, since I've been alive, you can go back farther and prove me wrong, I'm sure. I guess Marino would be the example. But, like, Breeze won, Brady won, Elway won, Peyton won. So, in that favor, if I think in this scenario where I'm betting $1,000 of hopefully somebody else's money, if I think Trevor's great, then the answer probably is somewhere along the line, yes.
I think Kasey just discovered a business that he could start. He could take
bet other people's money.
You like VC gambling. You get venture capitalists and angel investors to give you money to gamble with.
I like it.
I like that.
Brent likes it. That's your first customer.
I probably wouldn't give it to you, but I like the concept.
Oh, not me, Brent.
Yeah. Here's one thing I would say I would put money on Trevor Lawrence, and this is really the sole reason, because you guys started with this, that he knows how to win. He won a state championship. He won a national championship. I think the dude just knows how to win one, and he wins it big. Like, he is going to win a Super Bowl in his career. You just got to hope it's with the Jags. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Football at 5 right around the corner here on a Monday.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
Smoothie King is a family thing from my family. I love the Lean One vanilla and strawberry. My wife Steph gets the Lean One chocolate. My daughter Kaylee, the Caribbean way. And Ty goes all out for the Hulk. You have choices at Smoothie King. Smoothies for everyone, and now smoothie bowls too. And this summer, plunge into extreme watermelon smoothies, now available at Smoothie King for a limited time. Enjoy extreme watermelon, or for something more tart, dive into the new extreme watermelon lemonade. Extreme watermelon smoothies, back for a limited time, only at Smoothie King. Rule the day at a Smoothie King in Jacksonville.
Does your digital marketing work? Not sure? Would you like to be? Then reach out to CMG Local Solutions. At CMG Local Solutions, we help you find new customers with a suite of powerful digital marketing services, including search, targeted display, video, and analytics. In fact, we're a Google Premier partner, an honor given only to their top marketing partners. So if you want results you can actually measure, both on the web and on your bottom line, we can give them to you. Learn more about how we can help you at cmglocalsolutions.com.
My best friend and I do everything together. We buy the same clothes, watch the same movies, and eat the same foods. But that doesn't mean our financial goals are the same. Choosing an investment that's right for you and your goals is a personal decision. Florida's Office of Financial Regulation has resources and information to help you get started in making the best decision for you. Visit flofr.gov to learn more. This message is sponsored by the Florida Office of Financial Regulation, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Did you know that you have the power to positively impact a local child's life? It's as easy as donating to Daniel, Florida's oldest child service agency. Daniel provides counseling to abused children. Daniel helps homeless teens find shelter and learn to live independently. Daniel connects kids with foster families and strengthens at-risk families so they can stay together. They've done all this and more for 135 years. Please become a part of improving the lives of local children and families by donating at danielkids.org today.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's Mike, saying good morning. It's the best he can do right now. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky. What Mike could use is a fresh start. And Irish Spring Body Wash. The fresh scent of Irish Spring and those sensational Irish Spring suds are just the reset Mike needs. Now he's ready
to go to work.
It's Sunday. Irish Spring. When the spring hits you, you're ready. Pick up Irish Spring at Walmart today.
O'Reilly. Refresh your ride at O'Reilly Auto Parts with the new Art of Car Care line from Turtle Wax and LA street artist Mr. Cartoon. Whether it's a detailer to give your paint that extra shine or wheel and tire products to keep them spinning in style. Plus, get 2 times O-Rewards points. Get Turtle Wax and Mr. Cartoon's The Art of Car Care exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stay with ESPN 690 for your chance to see and hear our special events in the Farah and Farah Performance Studio throughout 2023. Powered by Farah and Farah and ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Brent Friends radio show, ESPN 690. Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz hanging out on a Monday that was rainy, but now Case is kind of looking like it's making a comeback.
Dad, I wouldn't know. We've got real quality curtains up in my room, otherwise known as a tape-to-the-wall Amazon box.
I mean, I got the real curtains in here. I saved the good stuff for the studio.
I ain't seen the outside world in days, although it was raining on my way here, so yes, it appears we've salvaged it.
A little bit. But we were talking a little bit about Trevor Lawrence and his ranking on the ESPN top quarterbacks ranking, coming in at number 8, if I'm not mistaken.
8 is correct.
And then we were talking about how him and Doug Peterson are going to essentially be tied at the hip in terms of their legend, their legacy, as long as they could stay together here in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. But another thing we talk about a lot when we talk about Trevor Lawrence case, especially over the last couple of months, is the extension that he's going to be due at some point here in the near future. Trevor Lawrence going into year 3 of the contract, and that's when teams can start negotiating the extension on that first deal. It's usually a 4-year deal with a 5th-year option for these rookies, these top 10 rookies, which Trevor is. And so, yeah, he's open for the extension. Other guys open for an extension right now, Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert.
And technically Tua,
who they've said they're not going to really do anything with until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So if you're Trevor Lawrence, are you in a rush to get the deal done or no?
Not if these guys aren't in a rush, apparently.
Because I look at Trev and I'm like, this doesn't seem like one of these guys who tells his agent he needs to be on top of the highest paid list. But at the same time, if you're Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars are throwing a number like 42 at you or 45, you're kind of laughing him out of the room, are you not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you're anywhere near Daniel Jones, you got to laugh at somebody. But, I mean, I wouldn't be in a rush if I was Trevor. I know this could all end immediately or at any point in time, but you've got these other guys that need to get taken care of. And really, it's a weird way that if you're looking for a contract now at any position outside of running back, you really want as many people to go ahead of you as you can because then it just goes up from there.
Well, in the past, Brent has said he thinks Trevor's going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of 53 annual average value. Me and you both on record saying north of 55.
Yes.
And I guess we're not alone. An article that just came out of Sports Illustrated, they talked to a former NFL agent who is projecting Trevor's next deal to be north of $55 million a year.
Look at us.
Here's where the Jaguars are going to make a big mistake, by the way.
Okay.
Like this year, all the pieces are laying out nicely for a Jaguars run. You got the teams with rookie quarterbacks in the AFC South. You got the Titans on the downtrend before they could figure out what the heck is going on. So if Trevor messes around and goes real deep into the playoffs case, I mean, if he takes them to the AFC Championship or, God forbid, further, the Jaguars just lucked into an extra $6 or $7 million a year on that contract, did they not?
Yeah.
I mean, how are you looking at Trevor for anything less than 55 if you're going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, you're probably closer to 60 all said and done.
It'll get there.
With incentives and stuff like that.
It all depends on what happens with Joe Burrow.
But juxtapose this case to what Trevor had originally said, which was, I understand we got to keep guys here. Yeah. He was making all the noise like Burrow was making. He was making all the noise like Brady used to make. Like, hey, maybe it's not the $55 million contract we need. Maybe I could take the back seat, do a little 48 number, and then have some of my other guys eat.
But maybe it is.
But maybe it is.
Maybe there's no other way around it.
Ooh, buddy.
Good time to be a quarterback.
And you know, the Jags just created a little bit of cap room with that Engram deal. His cap hit only $5 million plus this year. It's given him over $21 million in cap space right now.
Then please use it.
Or invest it in Dogecoin for that Trevor deal. You got to grow the money.
Don't invest it in Dogecoin.
Definitely not Dogecoin.
I'm in trouble. Not in real trouble, but just it ain't happening,
It ain't
bro.
happening
It
for
ain't happening.
anybody out there.
Neither is the Shiba Inu.
All the
Still
meme
got $1 million
coins.
of that, by the way.
Trev, pro tip. Don't ask him to pay you in Shiba Inu.
I did that once.
It's not going to go well for you.
I still haven't made $7. Yikes.
We'll be back soon on Brent and Friends. Brent will return to us from the confines of the Peach State in Georgia. Me and Kasey Kurtz here in the studio, ESPN 690.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Here's your quote for a new AC system. And if you sign this 10-page contract in the next 3 seconds, we can install it day after tomorrow.
Wait a second, something's strange. You're my third quote, and it's exactly the same system and terms as the first two. How can that be?
Well, corporate doesn't want me to tell you this, but we're all owned by the same corporation. Less profit when you earn trust over time. Better to buy established AC companies. That way the customers have no other options. Corporate says benefits. Yeah, that's it.
I have another option. I'm calling Hammond.
For generations, Hammond continues to be the most recommended AC company by your neighbors. Make the switch to Hammond Air Conditioning instead of an out-of-town corporate AC company, so you aren't forced into higher prices, fewer options, and worse service. Summer's a perfect time to call Hammond. They are experts on how an AC system can lower your electric bills and get you great rebates at the same time. Go to HammondAir.com.
Smoothie King is a family thing from my family. I love the Lean One vanilla and strawberry. My wife Steph gets the Lean One chocolate. My daughter Kaylee, the Caribbean way. And Ty goes all out for the Hulk. You have choices at Smoothie King. Smoothies for everyone, and now smoothie bowls too. And this summer, plunge into extreme watermelon smoothies, now available at Smoothie King for a limited time. Enjoy extreme watermelon, or for something more tart, dive into the new extreme watermelon lemonade. Extreme watermelon smoothies, back for a limited time, only at Smoothie King. Rule the day at a Smoothie King in Jacksonville.
Make the superior choice when you hire a plumber. From unclogging drains and water heater repairs to complete cast iron pipe replacements, Superior Plumbing and Pipelining has you covered. Request a free estimate from Superior Plumbing and Pipelining at superiorplumbingjacks.com.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Breaking NFL news, it is what it is. That reaction from Giants running back Saquon Barkley on Twitter after he and the team were unable to agree on a long-term contract by today's deadline. Two other franchise-tagged running backs unable to reach long-term deals as well. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders and Tony Pollard of the Cowboys. Barkley and Jacobs not expected to return to training camp. Could Barkley, such a big part of New York's offense last season, miss actual games? ESPN NFL analyst Mina Kimes.
I also suspect New York is skeptical that Barkley will actually hold out and miss games, purely because there are so few examples in recent NFL history of players doing that, not just at the running back position, but especially at the running back position with any success.
Pollard previously signed his tag and will play this year for $10 million. Martin Truex Jr. won the NASCAR Cup Series race at New Hampshire. Joey Logano finished second. Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, and Brad Keselowski round out the top five. Rays ace Shane McClanahan returns from a back issue tonight against the Rangers.
The new Venture X card from Capital One. Earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars and 5x miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel, plus 2x miles on all other purchases. Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends.
Today is one of the worst days that I've had in a long time.
We're getting a little punchy around here, people. It's been a lot in a row.
I would love to punch you guys.
Ow! It really hit me.
Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, and Kasey Kurtz. Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio. ESPN 690.
Football at 5 we go here on a Monday. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Off to a heck of a start of this work week or vacation week or whatever week it is for you. Football season around the corner. Here's the deal. Here's the calendar now. Tuesday, which is tomorrow morning, the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the new Miller Electric Center. And first time the media will be allowed in to see what's going on. The boxes have been moved in. The football team continued to move in. And then Friday, quarterbacks and rookies report to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and things get going quietly for them. On Tuesday of next week, is the official report day for veterans and everyone else. That's when everybody's got to be to Jags headquarters. And just a programming note, 7 o'clock on Tuesday night, a week from tomorrow, we will do a special from the Miller Electric Center to get you ready for a training camp and tell you all about that new facility. So we will be live with that show on Fox 30 and CBS 47. And then Wednesday morning, it's here, camp, in the morning in the early hours for the first couple of weeks. And fans, you can check it out, Jaguars.com, to register and how to go for free. To the camp practices. I don't know if some of those, I've got to check, see if some of those have already sold out or how the sales are, well, not sales, but the sign-ups, registration is going. And then at some point after, I think fans kind of, after the first couple of weeks, when they get back to just practicing and kind of camp ends, at least the open portion of camp to fans, they'll actually start to ramp it into the afternoon, like around noon. Practices. So those are the ones that Aaron really wants to go.
That's hot, boy. Tell you what.
It is rough. I was just out there for the fun run at the same time of day, man. I was melting. It was terrible.
You know, I think they're starting it up around 8:45 in the morning, I want to say. And that's in these first couple of weeks. And that's fine. Like 8:45 is pretty good. But by like 9:30, it feels like 2:15.
You say it's fine, but it's almost better to be like super hot and muggy than morning gross humid and muggy.
He's got a point.
Yeah, it is. It's a good point. That's where 3-shirt days start. Is early in the morning. You're right. When you walk out of it. But it's still a shade cooler, I think.
Yeah.
It's
definitely
just a
is
little
cooler.
swampier, right?
Oh, yeah. It's just, if my forearms are sweating first thing in the morning, it's like this day's already trash. It's already trash.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, that's a tough start.
I have an idea for your TV show. I don't know if you guys are done with it yet. So they're doing the ribbon cutting tomorrow.
Okay.
Can you do a story on where they get the big scissors for the ribbons? Like, they don't use regular scissors. I'm dead serious.
This sounds like a story idea my son gave.
Like, where do they get the big scissors?
The story once did behind the music, now we do behind the scissors.
Okay. I mean, dude, you did shoulder pads. I mean, I feel like the scissors, at least, I can't be the only one that's ever thought about that.
So they used to make them for Andre the Giant, and when he passed away, they had all the leftovers.
That can't be it.
You've got me thinking, though. I don't know where they do.
Right?
You see a lot of promotional things and everything. I don't know where they make them.
The Minute Bowl Scissor Factory.
See,
at the very least, I'll inquire where you get the big scissors.
They're going to laugh you out of the room. This is an adult professional asking this question.
No, it's not going to be like a live question like on the podium. I'll just ask.
Excuse me, sir. Where did you get the scissors?
I'm saying, I know what goes on downstairs. They want to get younger with the young people watching the news. You want to hit something that 7-year-olds care about? Boom, big scissors. That's all I'm saying.
A couple of things to think about that have crossed my mind, other than big scissors.
Okay.
A year ago at this time, we were ramping up for Tony Baselli's induction ceremony.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And an extra game at the Hall of Fame game. So we started a bit early last year.
They were already going last year?
Yeah, man.
Well, I think they were already going, yeah. Or at least maybe it would have started like this Wednesday.
Wasn't it an early August game?
It was. It was like August 5th, I think.
I think so.
For the game.
Dang.
So that changes. That feels like a lot longer than a year ago.
It does.
But it did happen last year. Then I think there's two other dynamics that are pretty interesting for the Jags in the first, let's just say August, September into a shade of October. You go on the road for the preseason, the first two preseason games, but it's really a longer road trip for the Jags because Dallas, you leave on a Friday, you come back later on Saturday, you're home Sunday, Monday, and then hit the road again to Detroit for the Tuesday, then joint practices Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday into that game. So the Jags are essentially on the road in that stretch of camp for almost a week. And then you get 3 weeks into the season and you're hitting London for 10 days.
Dang.
So it's got some interesting, sometimes these can be looked at as positive things, right? Breaks up the monotony of camp, being with Detroit. I think that's why a lot of coaches do it. But you're also kind of away from everything for a little bit. The one other thing about Detroit is that the weather should be way better for the players, or at least from a more comfortable standpoint.
Probably still pretty spicy, though, huh?
I would say probably pretty good, but nothing. I mean, just the humidity alone, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's a crazy week in Detroit, Michigan, from that standpoint. So that's kind of the schedule over the next couple months. But the bottom line is, it is here, and we always do football at 5, whether it's here or not. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. The big stories of the weekend: Evan Engram signed to a 3-year deal. Jags extend him right before the deadline, about a day before the deadline, so they have their tight end locked up for the next few seasons. DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans. We talked about that a lot today and how that impacts the AFC South. And I think the biggest story of the franchise tag guys that didn't get a deal, Saquon Barkley, does not get one done. So now we keep an eye on the drama that could unfold in New York. Do we think drama will unfold anywhere else, Pollard or Josh Jacobs, guys?
I think the Josh Jacobs thing is a problem.
I think the Josh Jacobs thing is a problem, but I don't. Even though I don't think it's going to be drama, because I just don't think he's coming.
Well, I don't think it's going to be drama for that same reason. I don't think he's coming. I don't think the Raiders want him anyway.
Right. I think it's just like, well, all right.
But this is not going to end well for either of those two.
Agreed.
The Barkley thing's not going to end well, but I do think he'll play. I think he'll just play angry, and I think he's going to ball out. And then the Pollard thing, I think he's actually on record as saying he didn't think that they were going to be able to get the deal done, and he's ready to walk after the year.
Go back to Engram because to reset for everybody that might just be driving in, we talked a lot about Evan Engram in the first 20, 25 minutes of the show today. You can always check it out on the podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. On YouTube, subscribe to the Action Sports Jacks channel. What's the takeaway, the biggest part of the Engram deal getting done for you? Because we visited a bunch of things. Who's this better for? Trevor, Doug. What's it make Trent Baalke look like? Obviously, the Evan Engram part of the story, which is obvious. I mean, he's getting richer. He's got some security, and he can play as a happy man now going into camp. What's the headline for you guys from the Engram story getting done? Because this is an extension that a lot of people over the weekend didn't feel like it was going to get done.
I got 3 takeaways from the Engram signing. Number 1, Trevor has influence on the front office.
Oh, good, very good.
Number 2, the Brenton Strange draft pick wasn't the pick that people, I think, thought it was going to be, especially at the tight end position. You don't really see these guys hit the league running. Not year one. And so for the people who were like, yeah, Evan's going to play on the tag and then it's the Brenton Strange show, I don't know if that was going to be a good enough answer for the team, and then they showed you that they believe in Evan enough to give him a longer-term deal than just the one-year thing. And then the third thing it showed me is that the Jaguars are well aware, whether they've admitted it out loud or not, they're certainly admitting it with this deal. They know the championship window is now open.
Man, that might be one of your strongest takes in a long time.
Look at
and
that,
you have good
fellas.
ones.
I got good ones.
I like you. You told me to evacuate and go to Starbucks. I thought that was the highlight of the day. This one just took the cake.
I felt bad about the Starbucks thing because I hate Starbucks, though.
Kasey, as he's saying Brenton Strange, do you think he's fumbling over Brent Friends in the contract negotiations that we started? Like, I thought that several times. Was he trying to say Brenton Friends? Brenton Strange. That's a good point. Listen, I'm not sure how many people thought Brenton Strange was going to be like the answer.
But you did hear people saying this. They were like, well, we drafted a tight end. He could just slip in there for Evan. It's like, well, can he?
Hey, listen, that's why it's even better than your Starbucks take, because it's true. Some people were saying that, and you like feel discomfort. But shouldn't we know better? Like, you need more than one.
Yeah.
And you need a tight end room with various skill sets. And the tight end room was bare going into this year. Even we knew Engram was going to come back even on a franchise tag. So, and that's still, we don't know what it kind of shakes out and it looks like completely. But we feel a lot better about it and locked up for at least the next couple of years, right? Because we know it's going to have Evan Engram and Brenton Strange, and they can figure the rest out. So, yeah, that's really good. But I like the first take that you said there, I kind of forgot about. In that perspective of Trevor. We know Trevor was vocal in front of a microphone at the end of the year, like, yeah, I'll go use my voice and say something. And we need this guy. We need to keep guys like this here. We felt strongly. How much did that actually take place? I think the conversations took place. But as this thing played along, guys, and we got away from the emotions of the season, and it turned into that business deal that we all talked about, as months and months go by, this becomes less emotion and more business. And that's probably why it took so long, quite frankly. Do you think Trevor went back in? You think Trevor made a recent call? You think Trevor, or even Doug for that matter, was like pounding the table for Evan Engram? I wonder, and I don't know, this is like a question we don't know the answer to. You wonder how influential he maybe was in getting this to the finish line.
You find it hard to believe that both Doug and Trevor weren't in contact throughout the offseason, whether it be with Evan or with Trent or whomever in the organization, to find out the status, the latest, what's going on, especially as we get close to that deadline. But
checking in's one thing, Aaron. Going to the GM is the more important call and being like, hey, we're like, keep pestering him. You can't get involved in other people's business. Players don't want to do that. But every time you see Trent Baalke, be like, hey, man, we doing this? Where are we at? Like, we getting it? Like, you get a feel. You ever done that? You've done that to your boss or one of the bosses in the building. You're like, hey, are we going to get this done? We're going to do this. We're going to do this. They know where you stand on it, quite frankly, right?
And they don't want to see me coming because they know I'm going to be asking about it.
Good point. Yeah. And Kasey, this plays in a time frame where the quarterback is making so much money, and the relationship between quarterback and front office is as important as it's ever been in the history of the NFL. And if Trevor did do a little bit of that and with the Jags getting it done directly or indirectly because of Trevor, this continues to develop that relationship of making Trevor happy on his way to a big deal next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most important, if not the most important thing, keeping Trevor happy and figuring out how to reach a long-term deal with him. But in terms of, how much pounding on the table is being done, I'd imagine some, but I also imagine it was just like, hey, where are we at on this? Checking in. What's going on here? What's the situation? That's how I think it went down.
Yeah, now, we saw video last week of, was it Kirk and Zay Jones, I think, and
Ridley.
Hopkins?
Oh.
I'm sorry, and Ridley. Yeah, no, you're right. We saw that video, and then we saw the video of Ridley and the receivers, I think, in Arizona with Trevor. So the curiosity here is, first of all, if he's out of town, he's out of town, but he certainly has Trent Baalke's number, right? So did the texts, did the phone call, did the trips by, how you walk by someone's office hoping that they're there sometimes?
Sure.
Did that happen more in the last week is the question for Trevor.
I love it.
Because I can envision it, right?
Yeah, or like showing up in the parking lot on the way into work, you kind of bump into him at the park. Oh, hey, how was the weekend? And then you just get into it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I love that thought. That was a really good thought. What was your third take there? Oh, we talked.
The window is open and they know it.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, that's and it is. What I don't know completely is how long the window is open for.
Yeah.
Because the investment, and let's be real about this, the window we feel is open for a long time in Jacksonville because of Trevor and Doug, let's just say, and a young nucleus. This team has a lot of young players. But from an investment standpoint, and that's what you're talking about, Aaron, a lot of times teams show their hand by saying, hey, we're all in because look at all the money we're spending. And the Jags have been all in.
Yes.
Last year and now into this year, and they don't have a lot of money left to spend, quite frankly, although they did free up a few more $1 million with this deal, at least for 2023. The reason we don't know how long the window is open after this year from an investment standpoint and a feeling like we can win is because we don't know who's going to get the deals next year and what deals go off the table because of the enormous nature of what Trevor Lawrence could cash in on with his deal. And so it's hard to project how many players are going to be casualties, really, of the Trevor Lawrence contract next year.
And on offense, you're talking about your top three receivers. Outside of Evan Engram at the tight end spot, you got Calvin Ridley, whose contract is an unknown going into next season. Christian Kirk, who's got an option for the following next season, and then Zay Jones in the same situation. You could have a situation, however, highly unlikely, but it could be a situation where all three of those guys aren't back.
I do believe they made the decision with Evan Engram that they are either going to have Ridley or Kirk. I think that was a decision they made. We're going with Evan Engram and one of these guys rather than no Evan Engram and both of these guys.
And Kirk would be the one under contract still.
Yes.
FYI, right? Like, technically, they can probably get out
they
from
can
it
get
if they
out,
want to,
but
they have an out after this season, but he's still. I think Zay Jones is the same deal, if I'm not mistaken.
They can get out, yes.
So it's a great call. See, again, that's why this is a good question. Like, your window is right now, and then your window could still be open, but it might not be as open as it is right this year. Like, this year, we're all in from an expenditure standpoint.
And a competition standpoint. I mean, the timing is right in the division as well.
Yeah, good point, right? Because you would assume that one of these quarterbacks at least are going to hit, and then that quarterback and that team might get better and increasingly better. I'm going to add something else to what you just said about the receivers because you're right. Like, what is the future of Kirk, Zay Jones, and Ridley? But we think Cam Robinson's gone, and I would venture to guess that a Brandon Sheriff could be gone too.
It's a good one.
So that's 5 guys now on offense.
That's just offense. Forget about Josh Allen and the names on defense.
Yeah, just offense around Trevor that you're planning on. Now, you got to replace him with some people, and you're right. It could. Kasey brings up a good point. It could be an either-or situation with the Kirk, Ridley, and even Zay Jones combo. But that's why the window thought by you is a really, really strong one, because this is as strong as the Jags are going to be potentially on paper for the next few years. They look really strong on paper, and you're not going to be able to keep everybody. You're just not. I mean, and even to the point, you might not think Josh Allen's worth a new deal. You might not think Josh Allen is as good as some. But Josh Allen's pretty good, and playing with a chip on his shoulder with a contract on the line is a pretty damn good situation for the 2023 Jags.
Yeah, and we also heard from Cliff Averill that, we may like sacks, the fans may like sacks, but the coaches and the teams, they love pressures and hurries and knockdowns, and Josh Allen's pretty dang good when it comes to those metrics.
Yeah, so really good stuff. Like that is those are three really good takeaways from this Evan Engram deal that I think I would agree with. I don't even know, again, outside of Engram saying, hey, I know where I'm going to be, and I'm going to be a part of it, and I just got a lot richer. I mean, that might be the best way to sum up this deal than any.
All right, let's put a bow on the show then.
Points.
Job well done.
Let's
go.
Well, at least call it a segment. I mean, this is a simple question.
I thought I was
that
getting out
morphed into
early.
a segment.
Okay, fine.
No, you still got to get the tweets. Your really good thought just pushed tweets into the next segment.
All right. I got you, Brent.
Do you have the tweet? At least tease this one. Do you have the analyzing tweet that has the Jags in the basement of the AFC South?
I'll go find it.
Well, if you don't have it, we can still talk about it. I'm just curious if you had already gotten it.
No.
Well, you might want to find it. We'll have a conversation about it because there is an actual tweet out there that says analytics think the Titans are going to win the division and the Jags are going to finish in dead last.
It's crazy.
What the hell computer are they using? The old Apple II?
Do you understand the reference, Case? You're making a face. Okay.
I do. I'm just.
It was like before you were born.
Yeah, I got nothing for you, though.
Okay.
Floppy disks?
I know, but not much for you.
That's how my wife describes my body when I take my shirt off.
Oh, my gosh. Thanks for adding the last couple of words to that sentence. We'll be back on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert Forecast on ESPN 690.
Scattered storms into this evening, clearing skies later tonight as temperatures drop to the low to mid-70s. Partly sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. A few afternoon storms will develop. Your Tuesday high will be in the mid to upper 90s. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
We're in the middle of summer. Be ready for anything, on the road or off the road, at Nimnick Buick GMC. No one will ever pay over MSRP at Nimnick Buick GMC, the place where my family has purchased 6 vehicles since we've been in Jacksonville. Go to Phillips Highway or NimnickBuickGMC.com. Are you looking for a used car under $18,000, maybe one for the kids? Nimnick has a great selection, over 300 used cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville, Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey Jacksonville, we need your help. It may be summer, but school is just around the corner. Hundreds of local homeless, at-risk, and low-income students need school supplies. One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union, is collecting school supplies through July 30th, so our most vulnerable kids can start the school year right. Be a good person and help us fill 350 backpacks this summer. Bring donations to your nearest One-to-One Financial branch. Learn more and find the closest branch at one-to-one-fcu.org. And don't forget, the school supply tax holiday is the last week of July. Thanks, Jacksonville.
You can help families struggling with hunger and double your impact. If you donate to the LJD Jewish Family and Community Services Max Block Food Pantry this month, your donation will be matched. Please give at jfcsjacks.org.
It's a beautiful day here at the Weekend Getaway. Oh no, looks like a loose stair. And he is out. Injuries can come out of left field. If you've been injured, call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Get set for a good time for a good cause Saturday, August 19th, 5:30 p.m. at the Rosen Center Hotel on I-Drive in Orlando, the 4th annual Let's Kick Asthma Benefit Gala with a spectacular talent showcase and so much more. Get tickets now on the Let's Kick Asthma Facebook page.
Hey, Jen, sorry I'm late. I had to stop for gas.
Yeah, I can't believe how much it costs for gas now.
I know, everyone's still talking about how much gas is, but I never pay full price. I just use the free Upside app, and I get cash back for every gallon of gas I buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid real cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yeah, I earn back up to 25 cents a gallon every time I buy gas.
What? That sounds like it could really add up.
It sure does. I've made over $300 already.
Wow, that's serious extra money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CAR3 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CAR3 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus in your first tank. That's code CAR3 for 25 cents per gallon cash back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Well, that was a little Journey for a second.
Nah, bro, this is genericmusic.com 1.
Aaron Schachter special.
Aaron Schachter special.
Did I choose this one? It doesn't sound familiar.
This is a U. This is if you were confused, BM24.
Thanks. For those of you playing at home in the scorecard.
No, that's for Aaron.
BM24.
I thought you meant as my initials. Like, that's why it's in there.
Oh.
I like this one.
I think it stands for Burt Music 24.
It was also your age 34 years ago.
Oh. You gave us some tweets, will you?
Yes, sir.
Floppy disk body you.
Let's start with Ari. Ari likes to lead me down a path. Let's talk about DeAndre Hopkins. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, fellas, but way back when in ye olden days of the offseason, DeAndre Hopkins was very specific about what he was looking for in his next team. He said he wanted stable management, a quarterback who loves the game, and a great defense because defense wins championships. Then after several weeks of courting different teams, the Chiefs and the Bills, and then the Patriots and the Titans, and he even flirted a little bit with the Browns, he settled on the only team willing to cut him a paycheck for double digits. So I guess my question to you guys was he actually ever looking for this stuff, or was it just about not looking like he made a mistake?
Yeah, I think you go, listen, when you do an interview like that, first of all, nobody says I'm in it for the money, even though it's always assumed it's about the money. Of course it's about the money. But I think you want to even talk yourself into it's about X, Y, Z, other things as well. And here's my my hopes and dreams. I think what he found out, guys, if you really look at the teams that he had the Patriots. Well, they ain't winning. Like, you can't check off all the boxes is the bottom line. And we saw that for the last probably month or so. Titans, I mean, the Bills and Chiefs weren't going to pay. So, yeah, I think this does circle back to money won out. Because if not, he would have gone to the Bills and Chiefs. I don't know if I blame him for that. Just saying the money was equally as important as some of the other things that he listed. But, you know, this is, like, I would say the similar thing to, like, Calais Campbell when he picked Atlanta. He wasn't picking money. That's not a money play. But he wants a lot of different things. But what was important to him, it seems like, was the role that he would play.
Role or the snap count for Calais?
Well, so that's what I mean. Like, your role being, I'm going to get 60% of the snaps versus 35% in Jacksonville. So, like, Jacksonville could have checked a lot of other boxes. Sure, he wants to win a ring. Like, is he seriously winning a ring in Atlanta?
Doesn't seem that way.
He's winning as many rings as Hopkins is in Tennessee.
Well, you're right, but he could have. My point being is, if winning a ring was the ultimate, say for Calais, right? If that was priority number one, then role would have taken a back seat.
But don't you guys?
And he would have gone somewhere else, like maybe even Jacksonville.
Don't you guys think going to Tennessee signals to the rest of the league that DeAndre Hopkins doesn't think he's going to spend more than 2 more years in this league? Because if he thought he was spending 3 or 4 more years in the league, he would go to someone like the Chiefs, win the ring, play 1 year for cheap, and then go get the last deal of the career. Instead, the way it looks to me is he takes the money from the Titans because it's a built-in excuse now. Now, if they cut him next year when they do the rebuild, he's like, well, I had a crap team behind me, so of course my numbers were down. Or he balls out because he's the only wide receiver outside Treylon Burks, and he has a great year, and then, maybe they cut him anyway because they're going to rebuild, or maybe he just plays out that contract. But if he really had faith, wouldn't he have taken the low-money deals with the better teams?
Yeah,
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think so, Kasey. I think if he was banking on what you just said, catching the most balls and then turning it into a bigger deal, he definitely would have taken the Chiefs. Like, even over the Bills, he would have taken the Chiefs if they were that interested. And that might have been a good bet. But it's not that he just has 2 years left in the league, Aaron. It's that he has 2 really good earning years maybe left in the league.
That's what I meant, yeah.
And so in his mind, he might be able to join a team like the Chiefs, the Bills, the Jags, whoever else in 3 years and still chase the ring for $4 million. But he has the chance to go get $12 million right now or whatever it is.
That's a good point. Well, speaking of Tennessee, NFL Rookie Watch with the tweet, Will Levis looking jacked ahead of training camp, which is hard to believe because the dude looked ripped at the combine. So to be ripped on top of that, it's entirely possible. His muscles have muscles now. Rest of the tweet, Levis said in a recent episode
Not
of the...
a floppy body.
not like your boy Aaron, no. Unpolished Gems that he wants to, quote, go down as the best QB in Titans franchise history. Levis also said that his goal for this year is to get the confidence from the Titans to be their franchise guy. He wants to start this year, and he wants no questions about it, as well as play for the Titans for his whole career, by the way, something you rarely ever see these days. Titans rookie QB looks ready for training camp. So now he's armed with DeAndre Hopkins. Will Levis make an impact on the Titans this year?
Nope.
You don't think he's playing, or you don't think he'll make an impact?
Neither.
I think he will play because somewhere along the line, Tannehill will get hurt. It happens every year. Tannehill will miss a game or 2 or maybe 8, but I think he's the pivot. I think he'll get in there, but he ain't.
Because it will be interesting to see if the team decides to go with Levis at some point, even with some of these older guys they just signed. They really have to be in a bad way record-wise, I think, for them to go with Levis. If they're anywhere close to the mix, like even at 4-6, 4-7, as long as the Jaguars aren't like a 2 or 3 loss team, if they have a little more than that, the Titans can't count themselves out at that point.
Yeah, I think he's an excuse for the front office. And what I mean by that is bringing back the Tannehill, Derrick Henry, adding DeAndre Hopkins. If that's not going well and not resulting in W's, I don't know when the trigger is, but they do pivot, Kasey, and they go to Will Levis. They try to get a jump start from Will Levis because sometimes that works. And maybe he comes in and he plays lights out and he's really good and whatever, and he helps them win. But if not, it's an excuse play, and it buys them like, well, we're getting him the reps, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're never gonna say we screwed up. They're gonna position it as it's time to move toward the future, right? They're gonna make that play. So. I think he probably does play in that respect because I think the Titans could be in that situation at some point. It might be the last month. It might be halfway through the year. I just don't – there's not a lot that I believe is good, like long-term, the solution for Will Levis. I really feel strongly that Tennessee had to pick him because sometimes you just have to pick a guy, and I think that's what they did here in the second round.
It'll be wild if Tennessee ends up walking away from Malik Willis at some point soon. And then at some point soon after that, maybe another year, like 2-3 years, walks away from Will Levis without possibly giving him an opportunity, especially if they're able to draft a Caleb Williams, Drake May, or even Spencer Rattler is getting a lot more buzz now. Oh. So I'm just sitting here wondering, like, at what point does the franchise got to go enough already with the swinging and missing on these big-time quarterbacks?
And that's why the Tennessee Titans are an example of why one of these quarterbacks, not Trevor, one of these quarterbacks should say, I'm not signing the damn extension. I'm going to free agency. You will see the biggest contract of all time.
Yeah, you would. Here's the deal, Aaron. The situation you just presented, every Jags fan's hoping for. And they're hoping for it throughout the whole division.
Fingers crossed.
They're hoping all these guys are busts. Now, what's interesting in today's world is there's two ways to look at this. They tried to unload Tannehill, and if they unload Tannehill, do you think they ended up would they have gotten Aaron Rodgers for one last dance with this team?
Oh, Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have, but could they have been in the game? And whether they would have or not, my point is, if Malik Willis isn't working, which it doesn't look like he is, Tannehill's about washed, and Will Levis doesn't work out. In 2 years, when they know all that has transpired, there's probably a Kirk Cousins or somebody like that they can go get to stabilize the position. We're seeing quarterbacks move more than ever before.
Captain Kirk, here he comes.
At 38 years old.
Well, no, it's not that. I'm just saying, right.
Whoever
Taylor
that
Heineke
is, as an
somehow.
example, yeah. Just one of these guys who can manage your game and not lose too many for you, but he'll be out there, yeah.
Yeah, listen, guys, we've seen Jimmy Garoppolo move. We actually saw Cousins move at one time. We saw Derek Carr move. Those are pretty good Band-Aids if you put a good team around those guys. It could be, I just had somebody on the top. It could be Dak Prescott by that stage.
Yeah.
Right? So I think you can, my point being, it used to be if you missed on the quarterback that you drafted to be the future guy, like maybe Tennessee will do with Malik Willis and Will Levis, that it used to set you back seemingly 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, you could walk away after 2 these years.
Now it seems like you can at least Band-Aid it up a little bit. The mistake that maybe Tennessee is making, and we just don't know, is that maybe they should really stink this year and get Caleb Williams or Drake May.
Yep, probably.
Right?
But
and
I'm
they
all
just
for that
don't,
not happening.
They're not willing to do it, though, Kasey, right?
Clearly.
Somewhere along the way, it was like they wanted to do it, and then once they couldn't get the clock just didn't work in their favor because they had Tannehill and Derrick Henry that they couldn't unload, so they couldn't do it. If you have those guys, you're not going to probably go 2-15.
Right.
Yeah, not be that bad. Listen, I'm all in favor of them not getting Caleb Williams because I think he's legit. So if they can just figure out a way to be mediocre and make the push for Arch Manning in 3 years, then more power to them.
All right, what do you got next?
All right, well, keeping with the Tennessee theme, because it's fun to talk about how much they stink this year. Last year we saw a ton of wide receiver contracts we thought were out of the cosmos. I mean, guys getting paid $23, $25 million a year. This year looked a little bit different, guys. Here are the top 2023 free agent wide receiver contracts. You got Lazard, 4 at $44 million. Jacoby Myers, 3 at $33 million. Hopkins slots in at 2 at 26. Juju at 3 for 25.5. Thielen got 3 at 25. Woods got 2 at 15.25. ODB with the deal of a lifetime, 1 year, $15 million. For what? And then Darius Slayton, 2 years, $12 million. If I would have told you guys that Alan Lazard would be the leader in the clubhouse after this offseason's wide receiver contracts and read you those names, OBJ and DeAndre Hopkins and Darius Slayton and Robert Woods, would you be floored? Because I am.
Yeah.
Does that say more about the Jets having to make a bad deal to secure Aaron Rodgers or more about this wide receiver market being a little bit wonky this year?
I think it's wonky.
It seemed a little bit wonky.
I think it's a little bit of both.
It's just not as good.
Well, timing also played this huge factor. Lazard got paid what he got paid because of the scenario. Without Rodgers, there is zero chance the Jets are running after Alan Lazard this offseason. It's not a thing they would have been interested in. But you look at a guy like OBJ, and he hit at the exact right time for the Ravens. It was right at the epicenter of the Lamar issues and whether he'll sign or not sign, franchise tag or not tag, whatever is going to happen. Lamar screaming, I need receivers. And he was the biggest name out there at that point. DeAndre Hopkins was not available.
Yeah, we were just talking. I was talking about this with somebody. I don't know. First of all, I don't think the crop was as good. So I think it is a little wonky to your terminology. I also think people aren't going to. They're not just going to just roll out $28 million for receivers. I don't think they're going to do it. I think we're going to see a little bit of correction here. Now, it's hard to say that because Justin Jefferson's up next, and he's going to reset it, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I get it, but I think that's a lot.
He won't be the only one, too. I think Devontae Adams will be out of Las Vegas after this year.
It's just hard to justify that. You want them. You love the idea of it, but it's hard to justify that amount of money.
It's a lot.
Hey, this is our fourth tweet we might get to, or maybe it's third.
This will be the fourth.
Oh, that's a record.
I'm not sure that it is, but we can call it that, Brent. No one's going to check you. This one's from Dove. It's actually a story from a couple of days ago, but I think it has a lot to do with what we're talking about today. Vikings Justin Jefferson revealed what he considered to be his top 5 NFL quarterbacks. His list isn't that salacious. There's no real burners. It's Mahomes. Rodgers at number 2 is probably the biggest eyebrow raiser. But, Jefferson's played against him a bunch of times, so he would know. Joe Burrow at 3, Hurts at 4, and then Josh Allen at 5. Right? But the eye-opener here that everyone started tweeting about was, hey, where's your boy? Where's Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
It's not even on the list. And so they got to Kirk. And Kirk was like, you know what? It doesn't bother me. He likes what he likes. I'm just going to have to do better, which will tell you all you need to know about the kind of guy that Kirk Cousins is. But does it also tell you all you need to know about the kind of competitor he is? Like, should he have been a little more fired up? Should he be out there wanting to be number 1 on Jay Jetta's list? Or is this all just off-season nonsense?
I think, it might be a little off-season nonsense, but I think this stuff seems to carry more weight these days than in the past. And I think this is just Kirk Cousins being smart. He's like, I am not playing this thing out in the media, right? Like he knows what's up. I also think it's just stupid on Jefferson's part.
Whoa.
To not include his own guy.
Yeah, I think.
Like, even if you got to lie, you got to be like, hey, he's my teammate.
Yeah, man. I mean, or at least, you sure he didn't couch it at all without saying Cousins?
No, this was his top 5 NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, but Brent, if he puts Cousins in there, the tweet today is, well, we know Jefferson's goofing.
But that's a better tweet, man.
Is it?
That's
we know
my
you're
point.
lying, bro.
Yeah. No. Well, how about why not when you're going into this year like a ringing endorsement for your guy to at least feel good about it, right? Like,
or just put him number 1 and everyone knows what's going on and no one makes fun of it. It's like, all right, he's just giving his
Kasey, Jalen Ramsey wasn't goofing either, and it got him in kind of like, I don't know about trouble, but it didn't look good.
It caused problems.
There's a difference between calling everybody in the league trash versus putting your guys in a top 5 list. But, Brent, we can't ask these dudes, hey, can you be honest and real with the media or whoever, and then be like, it's better if you lie here. No, like, he was honest. All right, it's cool. And, like, we all agree with him. That's the part. So
even Cousins agreed with him.
Right. Kirk's like, hey, it is what it is. Like, if he's cool with it, we got to be cool with it. And we can call his list trash because why is Aaron Rodgers second, bro? Why is everybody putting Rodgers so damn high on their lists?
Okay, but so here's the deal. Let's just put this in the Jags context. If Christian Kirk were to name his top 5 guys,
we'd be like, boy, you lying.
well, Trevor isn't a top 5 quarterback right at the moment.
I know.
Right?
No, not today, I don't think.
Would you be a little pissed off if he didn't mention him?
Would Trevor be pissed? I don't think that's
not Trevor. I'm just saying, just the overall around the story. I would
think
you want him
it's
to
a huge,
be like?
Yes, I would think it's a huge mistake if he doesn't mention Trevor.
If it's factually correct, it's like it is what it is. Now, if Kyler Murray sneaks in there, I'm like, what are you on?
Yeah,
well, that's the other
well,
part of it.
Well, that's what Jalen Hurts did.
But no, the other part of it is if Jefferson didn't put Rodgers at 2, if he put someone else who we think is below Trevor up there or below Kirk Cousins up there, then it's like, now this is a problem. If Christian Kirk were to make that list and instead of Trevor, he's got Dak Prescott, he would have beef with the fan base.
I got you. I listen, I understand what you're saying, Kasey. I just would also, yes, you know what? Sometimes you got to lie a little bit.
I'm kind of with Brent on this one.
And here's one other part of this, okay? Kirk Cousins, while Jefferson's an incredible player, let's not leave out Kirk Cousins in the equation that's about to make Justin Jefferson probably the highest paid receiver in NFL history.
Yeah.
All right?
Maybe he's giving Kirk a little cut. He's like, hey, I'm going to leave you off the list, but trust you, bro, I got you on a couple $100,000.
Yeah, he's certainly not bad. So anyway, I get it. I think all sides are correct, but I still think you can fib on this one a little bit.
Are you still watching the quarterback doc on Netflix, Brent?
Well, we were going to start it last night until the internet didn't work.
I'm an episode and a half in, and my one takeaway so far is that Kirk Cousins is the most regular dude I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, the dude should have been a factory worker somewhere in the Midwest.
Which, by the way, is really admirable and cool and all those things. But also doesn't make you like an elite quarterback.
Yeah, not a superstar.
Ain't no dog in there.
Not a superstar.
It's just hard. It's hard to do both. And by the way, he's a very, 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 very good quarterback.
Sure.
Like, I think he's really good, guys.
He's a Pro Bowler. It seems almost every year.
But that everyday nature might be the difference between him being elite and not. It might have been the same for, like, Phillip Rivers over the years.
You saw Phillip Rivers having kid number 10. Did you see this?
10, man. 10? Can we get an intervention or something?
This man is one kid away from fielding a full side of the ball.
Good for him,
Well,
man.
if he plays quarterback, he's got it.
No, it's true. He's got a whole offense.
He's the automatic QB.
Man.
When we come back, what computer would make the Titans the AFC South Division champs?
Oh.
We'll put a bow on the show. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton on deck. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz. It's Brent and Friends on a Monday on ESPN 690.
Brent and Friends is sponsored by Best Bet, now open in St. Augustine.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
Main office, Jacksonville.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Here's your quote for a new AC system, and if you sign this 10-page contract in the next 3 seconds, we can install it day after tomorrow.
Wait a second, something's strange. You're my third quote, and it's exactly the same system in terms as the first two. How can that be?
Well, corporate doesn't want me to tell you this, but we're all owned by the same corporation. Less profit when you earn trust over time. Better to buy established AC companies. That way the customers have no other options. Corporate says benefits. Yeah, that's it.
I have another option. I'm calling Hammond.
For generations, Hammond continues to be the most recommended AC company by your neighbors. Make the switch to Hammond Air Conditioning instead of an out-of-town corporate AC company, so you aren't forced into higher prices, fewer options, and worse service. Summer's a perfect time to call Hammond. They are experts on how an AC system can lower your electric bills and get you great rebates at the same time. Go to HammondAir.com.
Hey, this is Bruce.
And I'm Carrie.
We're the owners of Koala Insulation. It's a great time of year to invest in energy-efficient improvements to your home. With our competitive rates and new tax credits for insulation upgrades, you can get huge savings to improve your insulation today and see long-term savings every month going forward.
Give us a call and set up your free evaluation at 679-6282 or find us online at koalainsulation.com.
Are you a real estate investor or have considered investing and want to know where you can put your money that offers solid returns and protects against market volatility? It's Rich Jones. I want to introduce you to DLP Capital, CEO and founder Don Wenner.
For more than a decade, DLP Capital has delighted our investors with consistent double-digit returns. Through the smart, conservative real estate investment strategy our company is built on, we have been able to achieve this with monthly distributions and tax shelters so our investors can keep more of their returns.
Dial ** invest on your cell phone or visit highyieldreturns.net.
Hey, pet lovers! Forever Vets has a new location just off 295 on Bay Meadows Road. Forever Vets' new central location will offer superior after-hours urgent care for your sick or injured pet. If your pet is suffering from urinary blockage, a laceration, poison, heat stroke, bite, or seizure, our loving veterinarians will be there to provide the immediate treatment your furry friend deserves. Visit our website for hours. And for the times you need a home away from home for your fur baby, Forever Vet's Central Location Pet Resort offers daycare and boarding. Our trained staff provides a happy, safe place for your pooch to play while you're away. Whether they relax in their air-conditioned VIP room or play outdoors in our huge heart-shaped pool, your four-legged baby will be treated like royalty until you return. If you're a new client, the first day of play is on us. Come tour our new facility and see everything Forever Vets has to offer or visit our website at forevervets.com.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The Dell Technologies Black Friday and July event starts now with limited quantity deals on top business PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Plus, get special financing with Dell Business Credit. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. Offered to business customers by WebBank, who determines qualifications for and terms of credit.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-463-9797. That's 1-800-463-9797. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-463-9797. That's 1-800-463-9797.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. Hey, ready to put a bow on a show on a Monday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Had a great weekend and ready for a new week. And one step closer to football in Jacksonville. College football, high school football, NFL football. Aaron Schachter, Kasey Kurtz, Brent Martineau here on a Monday. And this computer must have been wrong, Aaron. How did we get here?
Well, you think it's wrong, but we don't know yet, Brent.
It's wrong.
You're not going to take it.
I would bet my house the Jags don't finish last.
All right, because it's not guessing. It's using statistical analysis.
I don't know what analysis that is.
Now, Brent, I do want to remind you that you have bet a lot of houses just on my time here.
That is true.
You bet some houses before I was here. You've lost nearly every house.
But he does have a lot of checks.
But I haven't lost a house in a while.
Well, it sounds like
been a bit.
Going to try right here. All right.
Maybe it's just this house with no internet.
Which would be a fine one to lose.
But how did we get here, Aaron? Share this tweet with everybody.
Sure thing. So this tweet is from a user whose name I can't read, Josh Lee. Josh Lee says the Tennessee Titans will be the 23-24 AFC South Division champs. And he says the company that he follows analyzed every single game of the NFL season, generated projections using the same algorithm that's crushing baseball right now. So he's saying if it works in baseball, chances are it's going to work for this as well. And I put the tweet up on the stream for those who could see it. But he says, here's why the Titans will succeed and what it means for fantasy football. He's got projected, what is that? Projected wins from the Titans at 11. Projected wins from the Colts at 8. Projected wins from the Texans at 7.5. 7.5 wins, hard to come by in the NFL. And then projected wins by the Jaguars, 6.5. I guess they traded half games with each other.
There's a tie.
6.5 wins. What projection model is using that?
My gosh, it's going to be a miserable fall if that computer's right.
Oh, God. I mean, it is crushing baseball right now, but does that mean anything?
No.
No.
Not one thing.
Not one thing, right?
Not a thing. Baseball, football, different sports.
Yeah, they are
Just
totally
checking.
different.
Just
And I would
checking.
assume even the computers would say they're totally different in what matters. Like, I don't know what that context is. Like, these are the same things that do baseball. Well, great. Like,
Case, if you were smart, you'd be calling every radio station in Nashville or the state of Tennessee, and you'd You're asking him to take action on this projection.
Well, good thing I'm a big dummy.
That's it. On your venture capitalist betting.
Yeah.
True.
Like, you get 2 takers on it. You'll make some money.
That's fair.
I don't get this. Is like just because it worked in baseball doesn't mean it's going to work in football. That's like saying like the car market works the same as the housing market.
It's just a wild projection, though.
That's a wild thing that a computer can get to that point. Now, listen, DeAndre Hopkins signing with the Titans scares me more than this computer.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I would not buy this, but I just don't know how they got here. I don't know what you could see on this Jags team. Now, listen, winning's hard in the NFL. I'll never forget Phil Simms. We used to go to this media day up in New York with CBS, and so we would go see Hello Friends, Jim Nantz, and others, including Phil Simms. And it was a cool little day. We'd fly up for the day, like literally the day. And Phil Simms said something when I believe it was 2016. And the Jags had some expectations that year. The Jags thought that was like, okay, they had built it back up. They had talent. They had just drafted the Ramseys of the world, the Ngakwe's and Miles Jack. They were a year 3 of Bortles. Like, there was, obviously Gus, his job was on the line. And I want to say it was that year. And he said, I hear all this buzz coming out of Jacksonville. And he's like, be careful, because winning is hard in the NFL. He's like, 8-8 is good. This was at the time of 16 games. 8-8 is good. And it always resonated with me. I'm like, that's a guy who won a lot with the Giants. And he was like, if you go 8-8, that's good.
Well, Faro Analytics is the company that did the computing and the analyzing, if that's a word.
Analyzing.
Here's some more. I like analyzing better, but that's fine. Here's some more words they used to describe their horrible decision-making. They said another driving variable is that Doug Peterson has never repeated as a division champ. Out of all the AFC champions, he's the only coach that has never repeated. He coaches for a franchise that has never repeated in the AFC South either. So the fact that they won last year, the division, means that they can't win this year, according to Faro Analytics.
That is an interesting thing. But at the same time, I mean, to Doug's defense, he's been an NFL coach for 6 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah,
like it's not like it's like a 15-year run.
Yeah, and also
now, the Jags have been around for a long time, and so that's a little bit more of a trend.
But like we saw last year, just because something's a trend or a record, that it can get broken. Things change.
He's kind of a trend buster, isn't he?
That's right.
A little bit last year. All right, that will do it for a Monday. We're back at it tomorrow, 3 o'clock on ESPN 690 with Brent Friends. Overtime, Kurtson Middleton coming up next. Have a good night. We're in the middle of summer. Be ready for anything, on the road or off the road, at Nimnicht Buick GMC. No one will ever pay over MSRP at Nimnicht Buick GMC, the place where my family has purchased 6 vehicles since we've been in Jacksonville. Go to Phillips Highway or NimnichtBuickGMC.com. Are you looking for a used car under $18,000? Maybe one for the kids? Nimnicht has a great selection, over 300 used cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. The #1 Buick GMC dealer in Jacksonville. Nimnicht Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade.
We're dealing at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, exciting tournaments and table games, and a sports bar showing all the action, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Don't miss our delicious dining options, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and our always popular freshly made sushi. Best Bet St. Augustine is located at 800 Marketplace Drive off exit 311, where I-95 and State Road 207 meet. Learn more at bestbetjacks.com.
Discover how good your water can be with the new Connecticut softener and drinking water system. Connecticut's twin tank non-electric softeners are the most efficient softeners available, and their drinking water systems remove up to 99% of contaminants. This month, you can get 50% off a Connecticut K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Connecticut Premier Series softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. The experts at CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing will test your water for free and provide solutions that are right for you and your family. Imagine having clean, clear, purified water at your home. No more plastic bottles, no more waste, just great tasting, purified water that you can trust. Call 904-552-1242 or visit cgcwater.com. 904-552-1242 or cgcwater.com. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm a proud customer of CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
Mike Lester, you are the founder of Talon Wealth, but you were not born with a subscription to the Wall Street Journal and a calculator in your hand. So what was your first job as a teenager?
Mowed yards. Of course, I couldn't drive. I was probably 12, 13. I had a skateboard. I could basically get everything on that lawnmower and drag myself on the skateboard to whatever lawn I had to mow.
Get to know Mike and the other Talon Wealth fiduciaries at guardingyournestegg.com.
Hallo, this is meine Auto. Und this is meine key. And there is only one place I trust with meine key. Meine key Car Care. They even offer financing options, so I can fix now and pay over time. Ooh, I love financing. And options. And meine key. And American cheese. Remember, I only trust meine key with meine key. Your one-stop shop for total car care.
At participating locations, subject to credit approval, minimum monthly payment required. See store for details. Meineke locations are independently owned and operated.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. No one blinked today before the deadline for NFL teams and franchise tag players to agree to long-term contracts. Not the Giants and Saquon Barkley, Raiders and Josh Jacobs, Cowboys and Tony Pollard. Barkley and Jacobs not expected to report to training camp. Negotiations between the Giants and Barkley rocky from the start, and don't be surprised if his New York tenure doesn't last a lot longer, says ESPN Giants reporter Jordan Renan.
Think about it. According to him, the deal was not sufficient. So they were unwilling to commit to him long term to what he thought was sufficient. So whether that means give him hell and make sure he doesn't get the franchise tag next year, be unhappy throughout this year, whatever it may be, I think it's the beginning of the end. And at some point, Saquon Barkley is going to be playing for another team, not being the New York Giants.
Jordan Renan on the Michael K. Show, 98.7 ESPN New York. Rays ace Shane McClanahan and third baseman Yandy Diaz return tonight against the Rangers. McClanahan back from a back issue. Diaz has been on paternity leave. Martin Truex Jr. won the NASCAR Cup Series race today at New Hampshire. Joey Logano finished second.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Stay with ESPN 690 for your chance to see and hear our special events in the Farah and Farah Performance Studio throughout 2023. Powered by Farah and Farah and ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Hello, it's me, the designer jeans in your closet, the back of your closet. What am I doing here? Would you keep caviar in the back of your fridge with the ketchup and old milk? Yeah, I don't think so. So what happened to us? I mean, have you seen my label? I used to summer in the Hamptons, and now I'm stuck behind a pair of sweats. Sure, I never really fit you quite right, and one of my pockets is so small you can't even squeeze your hand into it. But it's all about the look, and I look good. I need to get back out on the scene so I can be seen. You know, going to fancy parties, getting expensive iced coffees, Sunday fun days, okay? So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create new jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
All right, this is a disaster scenario to start the show. I have wrapped the headphone cord around the microphone. There's only one way to do it. I got to take the headphones off. Oh, now they got to go under that thing. Oh, we're back. We're back. Maybe not a disaster as I thought. Anyway, stuff's happening. Finally. We sat around for 2 months. Actually, going back to March, they're going to sign free agents. It'll be fine. Nope. They're going to draft some impact players. Sort of. The jury's still out on that. Nothing, boy. And then finally, 1 week before things are actually going to start happening, they've decided to write contracts, propose them to players, and have said players sign said contracts.
Whoa. Before you take your victory lap.
All right.
Didn't have time to find the right one, but this is close enough. Let you talk your talk. Hold on. How
this
did you
is
know?
Conspiracy music.
I know, but how did you know? For today is going to be fortune teller, soothsayer music. How did you know? How does it feel to be? Kasey, there used to be a show on in the 1900s called Saved by the Bell. There's this episode where Screech gets struck by lightning, huh? And Zach uses him in the way that Zach Morris does. You know, an idol of mine.
I don't know what that means. Zach Morris, an idol of yours.
Yeah. Uses Screech for his benefit until he basically electrocutes himself again. You are Screech, minus the lightning, I think. I don't know. I don't know what you do outside of work. We don't hang out, remember?
Yep.
So maybe you did get struck by lightning. How did you know not to be worried about Evan Engram?
Because I knew there was nothing to be worried about. Right? What were the options, Brian? I ask you. What were the options? The options were 1.
Okay.
Evan Engram was going to play on the franchise tag. Option 2 was they were going to extend Evan Engram. So what was there to be worried about? In New York, different scenario. There was a third option that was Saquon Barkley no play football this year, or at least some of this year. That was never an option here. None of us believe that. I didn't believe. Why? What?
I'm not doing it in a pushback way. You're still so certain. Do you have like a line to Evan Engram? Are you in the inner circle? You just knew that he wouldn't cut up?
I am deeply in the outer circle. But tight end ain't really a position where you can make those demands.
Save for what, 2 guys, 3 guys in the league?
Travis Kelce,
Kittle, maybe
Kittle,
and who we missing?
That might be it. Yeah. That might be it. Everybody this is deep now. Everybody, you listening at your job, unless you're like the CEO, down to Kasey and Brian, everybody is replaceable except for a very select few. I don't believe George Kittle is replaceable. I don't believe Travis Kelce is replaceable. But that's about it at that position.
I could make the argument that
I'm not an idiot.
George Kittle, I'm with you on it, but I can make the argument against George Kittle with what I've seen from San Francisco and the way that they get around with quarterbacks. Anyway, please continue your point.
I would rebut your point. But listen, I'm not saying that you can replace someone and get as good of production as you've gotten. If they replace me, that person would be worse than me. If they replace Brian, that person would be worse than Brian.
No, it might be better.
He wouldn't be. And if they replaced Evan Engram, he would likely be worse than Evan Engram, whoever they so choose. But it doesn't mean that they couldn't replace him, right? Maybe for less money, you get a little less value, but it's cheaper, okay, blah, blah, blah. So there were two options here. The Giants will now replace Saquon Barkley with some bum they got on their bench, and it will not be the same. But they replaced him. Evan Engram, it was tag or it was extension. So there was never reason to be worried, Brian. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I am shocked that there's an extension done. I told you last week, I've said it a lot on Brent Friends, I didn't think there would be an extension. I didn't think it made sense for the Jags side of it. Obviously, it would have made sense for Evan Engram. I didn't think that the Jags would do it with everything they have coming up down the line. And really, other than to look like a good organization, they didn't have reason to. I don't think Evan Engram was holding out. I really don't. We will never know. But I don't think he was holding out. I'd be shocked if he would have been. So the alternative would have been he signed it at some point, maybe not week 1 of training camp. I don't blame him for that. I actually kind of wonder now about his sanity for signing before training camp. So now he has to be present every day when it's 1,000 degrees outside, but nonetheless, it had to get done. And it's just as simple as that. But I am shocked that the Jags did it. I really am. Because now I think what they've done, and this year the cap number is very low. I understand that, but we're talking about next year and down the line. I think what they've done here is said, we are going to take Evan Engram and either Christian Kirk or Calvin Ridley into 24. You can get out of Christian Kirk after this year. Calvin Ridley doesn't have any contract after this year. So I think they've made their bed in that sense. We'll see if they agree with it after this year. But I think that's what they've done with this deal.
I think that they have done what few teams do in a very smart way and catch it at the right time. They said, hey, you know what? The world, especially here in America, has been spoiled when it comes to dynasties and greatness over a long period of time. If you were old enough to hit the second half of the Patriots run and Tom Brady's run and LeBron's run, and then some of the other guys, beneath them in both of their sports, but even more in basketball where they have multiple championships, people think that if you got talent, you got a real chance. You always got a chance, but you got a real chance. And they start plugging, oh man, over the next 5 years, over the next 10 years, we're going to be in there. And more times than not, that's not the case. Things happen. Franchise tags happen. Salary caps happen. You get a trash coach in there. You get a bust at a certain spot where you thought that you got a big-time free agent or a big-time draft pick. It throws everything off. And what I think that Shad Khan and the boys did is say, I don't know how big our window is. We think the window is just starting to open. Like last season, we cracked it open. We didn't even realize that we had that much of a window already. It was a small sliver of a crack.
We accidentally opened it.
You know what I mean?
And then we jumped on it.
You feel what I'm saying?
I do.
And we're still lifting up the window pane right now so that the opening is even wider so that we can just, get on through. But what if that doesn't happen? What if one of these, monsoon rainstorms that's happening right now comes through, breaks the latch, and we got to get a new window? Window's broken. Window's closed. It'd be wild, especially because it's figuratively. So what we got to do right now, while we have, and this goes to your point about salary cap, while we have Trevor on his first deal, we need to go ahead and go all in for the most part, while still trying to have some sanity so that we're not totally busted by the time we need to re-sign some of our big parts, whether it be on offense or defense. And this deal right here with Evan Engram, I said it in the final segment on yesterday when me and Aaron were on at that 35-foot run for Ronald McDonald. I was like, hey, man, yeah, it was some emotion with Evan Engram, but he wanted to be here.
He did.
And everything that Kasey said, and I did say this part here, everything that Kasey said on overtime is what I said, last week is true. You know what I mean? You might not have to sign him right now. This may go a little bit longer, but you shouldn't be worried. But the fact that you don't have that worry at all, everything you had on offense last year plus Calvin Ridley is there, and they're happy. And the only thing they're tuned into is to the second year of Doug Peterson in that system. That's it. Mm-hmm. There's no other distractions anywhere on the team for this season, and that's true. What you want when you're going into a season where some people still doubt you, but more people believe in you than they did last year, and you got a real chance to cut up and make some noise, albeit in the AFC. So I think what they did, Kasey, not to say that you're wrong, I'm just looking at it from a different perspective. I think that they're going cautiously all in because how long is your window for real? We think long, but if we have the ability to make this team what we think it could be this year, what it is by going ahead and signing him, we'll deal with that issue later on, and Kasey will be able to take his victory lap next season, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when we're like, man, that Evan Engram contract kind of messed us up. We got to let go of one of these guys.
I think it's a valid point. I think the window is definitely open. It's busted open. If it were this window right here, I'd be getting rained on. I agree with you. I agree with you with that, what you said. And I think potentially even bigger than that, and this is the part of them that I think they made the right decision, is for so long the narrative of don't come to Jacksonville, the NFLPA violations, not taking care of your players, blah, 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 blah. It's a long line, right? We all know, or a long list. We all know that. And I think this is another move in a couple that they have made in the last couple of years, or the last year, that says the same old Jags are gone. This is not the same old front office, right? No. Evan Engram was a guy who bet on himself. He won. He should have been rewarded for that, and the Jags in no way, shape, or form had to reward him for that. In a way, the franchise tag, and follow me here, was somewhat of a reward because it was a pay bump. It was not a lot more, but he would have made more money than he made last year if he played on the tag. The old Jags, that's all you're getting, is the tag. I firmly believe that. And I believe what they did this weekend was say, we're not doing that anymore. We're taking care of our guys that put us in this position. Are they in this position without Evan Engram? Maybe that's too dramatic. Maybe it is. But Evan Engram, after last season, we all said if he does that 2 more times, he's the best tight end statistically in Jags history. So that says one of 2 things. One, they've had some real tough luck at tight end. Mercedes was great, wasn't that much of a pass catcher. Other than that, it's been really, really bad. And 2, you want to reward that guy. So I didn't think they would do it just from a strictly business decision. But I think for what it says to the team, to the fans, to Evan Engram, Doug Peterson, everybody, the decision they made was, yeah, we're going to take care of our own. We're going to do this the right way, even though we don't have to. And I think that's a big, big part of this. So I give them credit for that. I'm excited for Evan Engram because although I've said a lot of times I didn't think they'd do it, doesn't mean I'm not a fan of him. One of my favorite guys on the team. Well deserved the contract. And I'm happy for him. And to your other point is there's no more, I guess drama is the word. It's done. He's signed. We'll see you on day 1. Josh Allen, we believe, will be there. There's no reason to believe he won't. Cam Robinson, although suspended, the suspension has been handed down. We know what that looks like. They're figuring out their plan when we get to week 5 and what they want to do. So to your point, everything is done. Now go play. And that's where they come into this as AFC South favorites, even with what happened also this weekend in the AFC South. They go into it as one of the darlings of the league last year and one of the sleeper teams that people are picking this year. That's where they are. Now they have to figure out as a team, Doug Peterson has to figure out as a head coach and a staff, everybody on their staff, is how they handle that transition from the bum Jags to the good Jags.
Oh, yeah.
And that may not be as easy as we all think. Hopefully it is. But that's now the main focus because everything else has been handled unless they choose to bring in somebody else with now the $20 million in salary cap they have.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
I'm with you. And one more thing, man. This goes to, Trevor specifically. We have a lot of weapons on the offensive side of the ball, and most of them were there last year. And then you add, like we said earlier, Calvin Ridley to that. But a lot of times when things break down, Trevor Lawrence is mobile. We saw that. He can get you 10 to 15 if he needs to, and embarrass somebody out there.
Yep.
If he needs to. But as a safety valve, he doesn't seem the type that wants to use his legs. He will, but he wants to throw the ball. And the tight end position, no matter how it's metamorphosized, I don't think that's a word. I think I added another syllable, but you know what I'm trying to say.
It works.
It's still that safety valve that it's been since probably the inception of the NFL. You've got a big target. Evan Engram's like 6'3", 6'4", 225, 235, something like that, and a guy that's super athletic. And you look at some of the guys that we named. Now, athleticism-wise, I put Evan Engram up with anybody in the NFL. Not talking production. I'm not talking about maybe some of the intangibles because people will start saying, oh, Travis Kelce, da-da-da. But I'm saying athleticism-wise, the things that I saw him do at spurts last season, I'm like, that's as good as you're going to get in the NFL. So when you have a big target, when everything's breaking down, and he's super athletic, giving a linebacker or a nickelback, whoever's on him, problems, that's something from a quarterback's perspective, I would assume they love to have. Not just the fact that he had a career year, he's clearly becoming a good player in this league, if not already deemed that by his by coaches and by fans alike, but that he is that safety valve for Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about the passing game, him and probably like ETN if you're swinging out the backfield. So that is just another element that I think is going to make this offense so formidable. And when we start getting into ranking offenses and defenses, preseason and whatnot, I think that a lot of people across the league, and like you said, sleeper pick, are going to have their eyes on the Jags outside of PFF because I don't know what
garbage.
They got beef with Dougie P or Trevor snubbed them or something at one point because they hate everything Jags. But that safety valve aspect that Evan Engram brings to that passing game is going to be epic as well.
I predict for Evan Engram this year that the catches and yards will go down. I think that's just the price of doing business when you add Calvin Ridley. I believe the touchdowns will go up. Only 4 last year. I think you'll see that number 6 or 7, but I believe you'll see the yards in the 6s, hopefully the high 6s, but I don't think 766 is obtainable with Calvin Ridley. I could be wrong. We will see. But that's another reason why, to be honest, the Jags didn't have to get this deal done because the numbers will go down.
Now, let me ask you this, because I saw this on just Twitter in general, not just Jags Twitter. So the drafting of Brent Strange.
Sure.
I'm assuming the thought process was, listen, we may or may not get a deal with Evan Engram. That was my thought process. But could that draft pick just be something where they were just looking towards the future, kind of going all in, but still looking towards the future because this isn't a long-term deal in the least? And maybe there's a transition there, or they integrate Strange into the offense to the point where it's like, okay, when that contract's up, we got our guy already here. Because that seemed a little off, and I saw some comments on Twitter as well that were kind of questioning that, not in a super negative way, just a general wonderment. I just wonder, what your thought process was as soon as you saw this deal was done, thinking about a Strange and that draft pick.
So I would say that there's a couple of things here. The first is that Doug Peterson said a couple of times that they need to build their depth, right? So I would start there and look at what they did in the draft, and they had positions that we thought were needs. They clearly didn't. And you can argue that in every pick they made, starting at the top, was a depth pick. They had Walker Little. They had Cam Robinson. They picked Anton Harrison. They knew Evan Engram was at least going to play one more year. They picked Brenton Strange. They know they just picked Travis Etienne 2 years ago. They drafted Tank Bigsby, right? So we can do this all the way down that draft. And I think there's a part of it that was that. I think there's a part of it this dude is Evan Engram in terms of size and that kind of thing. Evan Engram 6'3", 240, Brenton Strange 6'3", 246. Both athletic. So I think the thinking there could be if Evan gets hurt, if Evan isn't available to play, we've got this guy that basically does the same things we think Evan can do, just obviously not as good. We need to work with him, but we're molding the same type of player. And we had success molding Evan Engram that the Giants clearly didn't have.
Yeah.
So I think there is part of that. But I think the biggest part of it is at the time of the draft pick, their tight end room was Evan Engram on a tag and Luke Farrell. You had to get a human.
Yeah, that's fair.
They
Okay.
bring in Josh Peterson now. They signed Reyes. Garrett Prince might have been there when they drafted him. I forget. But the point of the story is they needed somebody else in that room. And I think that when you look at a Brent Strange over some of the guys that were available, like Darnell Washington, which I still can't figure out, is that Brent Strange looks and plays the way Evan Engram does. So that might be the easiest fix. I don't think, or not fix, this might be the easiest way to do it and make this pick, and it's similar to what we want to do. I don't think Brenton Strange is going to be a massive part of this because Dan Arnold only had 9 catches last year. It was either 9 or 11.
Surprisingly low.
And he's talented. So, like, if Brenton Strange has way more than that, I'd be shocked. Unbelievably shocked. Now, granted, if Engram gets hurt or something like that happen, then obviously that will change, but I think Brenton Strange is just depth. I think they can mold him into something, and if they can in the next 2 years while Evan Engram is balling out, and he is their next guy, then fantastic. But I think they just needed people in the room, to be real with you.
Man, they went pretty high for that depth. But I get it. You know, if you're talking about a bit of a longer-term project, okay, you can convince me. I said this earlier this year, and especially a couple of times during the right after the offseason. I'm like, hey, listen, man, Trent Baalke and Doug Peterson built up enough currency with this past season, and the moves that they made, especially second half on, it worked. It worked. So if they said we need depth and we're going to take this guy, in the second round, I'm going to let it ride. I'm going to ride with you.
But, and then again, remember, in my perspective, in my view, I don't believe they had a great draft this year, right?
That Darnell Washington thing is really sitting with you.
Well, that, and I disagree that they were at the point where they can draft depth everywhere. And I didn't agree with that. I think they had spots they needed to fill that could potentially start. They didn't have a ton of guys that could have started. I think they could have had a slot corner that could start. They didn't see it that way. I think depending on the scenario and the player, I think they could have drafted an outside linebacker that could play, depending on what happens with Trayvon and where you put him. They didn't agree with that. So where I look at that and where they look at that, granted, they're there every day, I'm not, so they're probably right. So to me, I wouldn't have picked this guy as a 61st pick, knowing that you have an Evan Engram. But I get that that's a position they absolutely needed depth at. So there's just differing of opinion there. And yes, I would have drafted Darnell Washington. I still can't figure that out. Dude had a couple of bum knees, and they're like, we can't pick him?
He don't got no cartilage or ligaments, bruh.
Put some
Allegedly.
in. Put some in.
Put a screw in there, rub some dirt on it. Come on out.
Don't know.
You see Gabe in the chat said he bets Peterson wants to run more 2 tight end sets with Strange.
See, I would love to agree with you, and I don't necessarily think you're wrong, but like we said this last year, Dan Arnold was a non-factor, and you may believe that Brent Strange is more talented than Dan Arnold, and you may be right. I don't know the answer to that yet because Brent Strange hasn't played. But what I do know is 9 catches for 135 yards from Dan Arnold is certainly not what we all saw coming. So if they didn't run a ton of 2 tight end and at least throw to the second tight end with Dan Arnold, who had been in the league for multiple years, I would be somewhat shocked if they come out the gate, or not come out the gate, but do a lot of that this season with a rookie tight end. I'd love to see it. I'm a big fan of the 2 tight end set. I said that multiple times last year when they hired Doug. I was like, holy cow. Or when they signed Engram, I was like, they can run a 2 tight end set.
Yeah.
Because if you remember coming off 21, we were all high on Dan Arnold.
Yeah, he was one of the few bright spots.
Mostly because we hadn't seen tight end play in this city in like 10 years.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
But we were like, all right, Dan Arnold, he's a part of it. We're cool with it. Like, we were fine with Dan Arnold. And then when they signed Engram, we were all like, all right, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm not mad at it. And then Evan Engram runs away with it, gets a new deal this weekend, and Dan Arnold is not here. So I'm a big fan of the 2 tight end set. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know how much we're going to see of it. But anyway, Evan Engram signing the extension. I told you I wasn't worried.
You weren't worried. You wouldn't have done it. But you're happy for him.
Happy for him.
There we go.
Happy for the Jags. Happy for the fans.
Happy for Tennessee.
Not happy. Let's take a break. Let's talk about this on the other side. The second part of the weekend is the Tennessee Titans, who, as you know by now, are expected to sign DeAndre Hopkins. Don't think it's officially gone through. That's why I say it the way I do. And I had to argue with the other two bums earlier. I'll argue with you next. This does nothing for me. Nothing. Ain't a thing. I brushed it off. Push notification, Hopkins to the Titans. Woo! No big deal. Slide to the left.
Remember this, fellas, ladies who's listening, because I know this Kasey Kurtz, and I know how quickly this can change when that first matchup happens and they throw up 32 points.
And the Jags just scored 35. I'll be like, damn, that was close.
Yeah, and then what else will you add?
Some other things I can't say.
Okay, here we go.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We'll talk about DeAndre Hopkins and the Titans coming up next.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Scattered storms into this evening, clearing skies later tonight as temperatures drop to the low to mid-70s. Partly sunny, hot, and humid tomorrow. A few afternoon storms will develop. Your Tuesday high will be in the mid to upper 90s. From the CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save up to 40% now during the Christmas and July sale at Beard's Diamonds.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. Main office, Jacksonville.
American Window Products offers free low-E coating on select windows at an affordable price that can help reduce your energy usage with 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit AmericanWindowProducts.com for a free estimate.
Financing available at time of sale for new orders only.
As the seasons change, one thing remains the same. Jacksonville and all of Northeast Florida are fueled by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. If you spot ESPN 690 anywhere in the community, come hang with us and grab an ice-cold Celsius.
Run to the Jacksonville Sharks this week, Saturday, July 22nd, 7 p.m. at the VyStar Veterans Memorial Arena as they take on West Texas. Call 904-621-0700 or jacksharks.com for tickets. Fins up.
Guten Tag, this is meine Auto. Und this is meine key. Und I only trust one place with meine key. Meine Key Car Care. They are so transparent with e-inspection, which shows photos of the problem and the fix. Meine Key is my favorite part of America. And my second favorite part? The cowboys and their horses. Remember, I only trust Meine Key with Meine Key, your one-stop shop for total car care.
At participating locations. Meineke locations are independently owned and operated.
Hey, poker fans! Christmas in July is back at Best Bet this month. From July 12th through July 23rd, we're paying out over $260,000 in cash, with high hands increasing daily up to $2,300 every hour. Plus, chances to win a 7-day cruise valued at over $3,000. Don't miss all the excitement of Christmas in July. Visit BestBetJax.com for more details. That's BestBetJax.com.
Ready for a helpful tip? If you've got to drive it, rent it with Rent a Toyota at Arlington Toyota. Whether it's a car for a business trip, an SUV for an outdoor adventure, or a spacious minivan for that family vacation with all the stuff, if you've got to drive it, rent it with Rent a Toyota at Arlington Toyota. Rent a Toyota at Arlington is the best way to try it before you buy it. You can even rent 2023 models, and Arlington's competitive rental rates will put you behind the wheel with ease. Reserve your rental online at arlingtontoyota.com today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome to Rap Stories, a show where I get the background stories on some of my favorite rap albums by the artists who made them.
I was like, Tracy, I really needed that $100. After Rule 336, I felt like I knew what I was doing in the studio.
Somebody said everything you did was in one take.
Who said that?
And you had Bobby Brown, you had Dallas Austin. Them were the days when we had real celebrities in Atlanta, Georgia.
You know where you come from. You'll always be able to know where you're going.
I'm your host, David Dennis Jr., and we will see you soon.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I'm looking for fuel injector cleaner.
Right now, buy a bottle of Chevron Techron Complete Fuel System Cleaner and get one free. Only at AutoZone.
Will it also help with my mileage?
Get everything you need to restore your performance in MPGs.
Get in zone.
Wait, is it good for trucks too?
Whatever vehicle you have, you can find the right products and parts at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with the ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Titans. I don't get this on a whole lot of levels. I don't get it. I mean, I guess I get it for the Titans, but like barely. You could convince me, I think. I don't understand it at all for DeAndre Hopkins. I don't. I understand money. I do get that. But like this just does not make sense to me. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. DeAndre Hopkins is going to the Titans. You likely know that by now. But why is the real question? Why would DeAndre Hopkins sign with the Titans?
Tell them to bring me my money.
And that's it. That's it. But you only have so long to make money in the NFL. I'm not mad at him for trying to make some money. Cool, great, whatever. There's
What's baffling about that? I don't understand what you're.
I can't even figure out where this ends well for DeAndre Hopkins. All right, let me give you a couple scenarios.
All right.
He gets his money no matter what. He's on the Titans. They are not good. Tannehill plays mediocre, gets benched. They put in Will Levis. And DeAndre Hopkins' numbers are as mid as the day is long because he really doesn't have quarterback play. So then next offseason, we do this whole thing again. Hopkins wants out because they can't win. We question if Hopkins is any good. He blames the quarterback and the team he was on for not being good was the problem. And then we do this whole dance again, and he signs with, like, the Carolina Panthers. Right? No, it wouldn't be good.
At 32, though, he said another season. Yeah.
Right? So that's a scenario. Like, there's very few scenarios where this goes well.
Well, you're doomsday. First of all, you're tainted from your perspective because Tennessee to you is trash, just as a whole state. I don't know why, but definitely the team.
They are.
You don't like them. It's a rivalry. You were so happy to be the team to, beat them in the way that we beat them, even though, it was Josh Dobbs at quarterback. So let me try to step back and be a bit more fair. Yes, I'll still have a bias toward the Jags, but let me just try to be a bit more fair. I'm not nearly as down on this team with this addition. You got an NFL vet who could make the argument for a couple of seasons he was 1A, 1B at his position. Now, past couple of seasons, there's been some issues. There's been some suspensions. There's been a Kyler Murray, sighting who you've not been high on yourself. So if he makes the declaration that, hey, my quarterback, when he wasn't injured, by the time we hit halfway through the season, he's like 5'5", He doesn't make it. And then I can't hike the ball and throw it to myself. I'm not Shohei Ohtani. I can't do it all. Okay? He's going to a team, number one, where he's getting paid, so he's going to be happy, right? That's what he was looking for, and he wasn't shy about that. And I applaud the fact that he wasn't shy about that. You got Derrick Henry in the backfield. And I know Treylon Burks, I get it. It wasn't the best of years, but him not being the number one option on this offense, and some attention, at least initially, is going to be going towards DeAndre Hopkins, and rightfully so, because I think he still has gas left in the tank. Some people may look at him like he's on the other side of his career. Yeah, but okay, he can still embarrass you. So now I'm looking at their weapons, and then what's it, Okonkwo? I always chop his name up.
Why not?
He at tight end, okay.
He's
decent.
Exactly what I said to start the show. He's a guy you can find to replace your other better players.
He's decent, but this is where I really split with you from. Yes, I think Ryan Tannehill is a slightly, and I mean slightly above average. Not that above average as like a B plus, like a hard C plus B minus, depending on the day, right? He is also the quarterback that led the Titans to a number one seed not too long ago, and Derrick Henry wasn't on the field for a lot of it.
Yep.
Now, he's also the same guy later on that year in the playoff game where he would make an incredible throw, then all of a sudden he looked like, I guess Ryan Tannehill, and you're just like, oh, this is why. This is why you're Ryan Tannehill. And so I think that you have a competent guy at quarterback. You got a couple of young studs at quarterback as well that you've drafted in over the past 2 seasons. But more importantly,
young players are not young studs. If they were young studs, they would have got picked way earlier in the draft.
Okay, fair. Young players.
Thank you.
Either way, they're backing up Tannehill right now, who's a vet. D-Hop's a vet. Derrick Henry, I think you can still put in the argument, would you not put him as one of the best, if not the best running back in the league? Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? That offense is going to be formidable. Defensively, I don't know anything about the Titans. I mean, I don't know anything about their offseason moves. I don't know what they've tried to shore up or who they've all let go. And so that may be their super Achilles heel. But offensively, they're going to be able to get on the field with people in the AFC South, in the NFL, and it's going to be an issue. You can't just focus in on one person when you got Derrick Henry in the backfield, and now you brought on DeAndre Hopkins. Do I think they're Super Bowl bound? No. Do I think they're going to win the AFC South? No. But it'll be interesting games against Jacksonville. You won't just be able to saunter up to them and just be like, yep, this is going to be fine. We're going to go ahead and take them out right now. That's my viewpoint of Tennessee. So I get the move to a certain degree. I get it over going up to New England. It's cold up there. I mean, it gets cold in Tennessee.
I mean, New England was the worst option. Tennessee was the second worst. Here's the part I struggle with for DeAndre Hopkins. I understand money is money. It's the leading cause of why most people do anything. Why do you work? Money. Not because you like those people, because you like money. You need money. So I'm with it, DeAndre Hopkins. But if the Kansas City Chiefs pay me league minimum, I'm going. Because there's no situation that arises unless you get hurt that there's a problem. You making little money? Okay. But I bet I'm about to have 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns with Mahomes. I bet we about to go deep in the playoffs, even if it's a 1-year minimum deal. Then when I go into that 32 deal, I'm getting the deal that I just got with Tennessee, if not more.
I don't know. I know. That year changed between 31 and 32, and you're right. What if he does get injured? I think you can play that game coming off of your first contract if you really would want to as a rookie going into a second contract, and maybe even the second going into the third, depending on the length of that contract, that second contract. But like that, going from age 31 to 32 at the wide receiver position, and let's use your scenario with and without getting injured. With him coming off of an injury, that would be tragic to his contract situation. But without it, people are going to kick the tires and be like, yeah, I mean, you just had an amazing season. You're another year older. I guess you want to get money like you're a number one. What if we just want you to come to the team, but we don't want to spend this money on you? I think you got to get the money while you can get the money.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think there's a level of I'm just trying to collect a paycheck, which was what happened here, or I'm actually trying to win football games. because the Titans are not good. I don't care about all the things you just said.
How are they?
I do not.
They're not good because of the defensive side of the ball?
No, let me rephrase. They are not good enough to win this division, barring something unbelievably unfortunate happening in Jacksonville.
I've seen Mike Vrabel. This is me speaking totally just trying to be fair without my bias in it.
He's a great coach. I agree with you.
And I think he will have a team ready. And I think he has an offense that he don't have to really try to get ready. Defensively, I mean, what is it? Simmons? I'm trying to think who's
Jeffrey
on
Simmons.
Okay.
Harold Landry will come back.
Okay.
Which will be a big part of it. Their defense is actually somewhat solid.
I see Tennessee as being a hard-nosed team that has a hard-nosed coach that they pretty much develop. I feel like their culture up there, at least, they feel like a poor man's Baltimore, except they don't nearly have the defense that Baltimore has been known for, especially when they started. But that's the kind of energy I've always gotten from Tennessee, a poor man's Baltimore. So, you say they can't win the division. I lean towards that.
They ain't winning. They ain't a wild card in the AFC. No, sir.
We always got a team that we don't think is going to do it, and they're right there.
It ain't them.
Week 15, 16, 17.
It certainly ain't them. And listen, there's a part of this where, DeAndre Hopkins may not be good anymore. He hasn't played more than 10 games the last 2 years. So that's not even a good or bad thing. That's a you can't stay on the field thing. I understand he got suspended last year. I get that, but still.
But then that goes to your point. Why would I go and spend another year, granted,
Mahomes,
a great chance of winning the championship, and
Josh
then
Allen.
going into the next season after, and what if I don't show up in that year? And it is a Mahomes thing, and it is one of these McCole Hardman issues of a year. It's too much at risk at 31. I don't knock that plan that you're giving. I just think that I think that at 31 you got to take that money.
Then you know what? That's fine. You take the money when you can get it, but you have now put yourself on the list of the last 3 years for the Titans trying to replace A.J. Brown. Robert Woods didn't work.
That's a good point.
Julio Jones didn't work. Welcome to the list. You're going to end your career in a Titans uniform and everyone's not going to remember it. What's wild about this is they're doing all of this. Robert Woods, Julio Jones, DeAndre Hopkins. Wasn't there some other bum somewhere along the way? I don't know. All of this just to not keep A.J. Brown. If you just kept A.J. Brown, you wouldn't have had to do any of this.
Well, they got rid of old boy for that.
Yeah.
The GM. So,
but that's just wild to me.
They agreed.
So,
Tennessee brass agreed with you.
That part of it's just wild to me. In Tennessee, from their perspective, I guess you sign him because why not? You don't really have anything else in that room. Treylon Burks will probably be good, but you need to develop him, and DeAndre Hopkins will help with that. But I'm telling you, man, I'll ask you this, and you're probably going to be reckless with this. They don't win more than one more game because of DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe one win. Maybe. This is not a league where that happens, right? DeAndre Hopkins is not going to carry them to 3 wins. And I'm just talking about over the course of the season, the plays he makes, whatever. I'm not saying game-winning play makes a catch. But, with if he plays a full season and puts up a decent year, he maybe gets them one more win. I think the Jags are 2 wins better than them. So what does it matter for them? It's just it makes no sense to me. I really don't get it, other than the money.
Yeah, well, his addition to that team, it will cause some issues for opposing defenses in the AFC South, including the Jaguars.
Yeah, it'll be tough for Houston, who has a bunch of college kids on their defense. It will not be tough for the Jags.
All right. We're going to see.
Tyson Campbell, DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, that's
what do you
fine.
feel like?
That's fine. But now we go to the second. Now we go to the second matchup. That's what I was going back to with Burks. I get it. His showing last season. Super young guy, but his showing last season left a lot to be desired, I'm sure, up in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
But now he doesn't have that pressure. He has some more time to develop. We were talking about Brenton Strange getting the chance to develop. He has a chance to develop, getting reps on the field. He has some talent. We know that. He wasn't thought of lowly coming into the draft or anything like that. He was still thought of pretty highly.
Sure.
And him as a number 2 option. On top of that, yeah, you're right. Anything that anybody he's gonna step to, I don't have an issue saying you can leave him one-on-one. Yeah, I'm with you on Tyson Campbell.
Listen, I feel great about that. I feel great about Darius Williams on Treylon Burks. I don't feel great about Derrick Henry on anybody, to be real with you. I don't. But that's where we are. Like, it's been the Titans thing forever. If you can stop Derrick Henry, you probably win. Some teams do, some teams don't. The Jags didn't for like 4 years. They did last year a little bit. Look what happened. So
yeah, I think that the Jags win the AFC South. I'm just saying I think that the Titans are going to cause some headaches for multiple teams in here, and with that, just because of that addition right there, that extra thing you got to think about. Because if you got to think about something for a split second longer, regardless if he's playing up to what we think he has been in the past or not, that can cause an issue. That can cause an opening. Someone can get beat. Something can happen on your defense while they're trying to score that allows them to score just that split second extra of, oh. So.
Yeah, Tannehill about to think about, is Hopkins open? Boom, sacked. Let's take a break.
Yo, I'm not ready for the music. Go ahead, man.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. I'm just saying,
man,
DeAndre
great.
Hopkins to the Titans does nothing for me.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
Listen,
and it shouldn't. I hope that they do terrible. I'm just saying, I think from a
They'll
perspective.
win one more game. They'll beat the Colts somehow. That'll be it. That'll be their one.
Win the one game. Wasn't that the difference?
It was. But my answer to that would be it's not.
You said they were 2 games better.
Anymore.
Yeah, it sure ain't, boy. Ooh-wee.
It sure.
Are we going to lead the league in scoring? And by we, I mean the Jags, like I'm in the locker room. Are we going to lead the league in scoring? I know Kansas City's out there. I know Burrow and them boys are out there. I know Miami's out there.
That's probably a question for a different day.
Yeah.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. We finish up the show after this.
Koala Insulation.
Hey, this is Bruce.
And I'm Carrie.
We're the owners of Koala Insulation. It's a great time of year to invest in energy-efficient improvements to your home. With our competitive rates and new tax credits for insulation upgrades, you can get huge savings to improve your insulation today and see long-term savings every month going forward.
Give us a call and set up your free evaluation at 679-6282 or find us online at koalainsulation.com.
Don't give in to that constant joint pain. Take control. Take back your quality of life today with help from QC Kinetics. Hey, everybody, it's Brent Martin. QC Kinetics is helping people every day, here and across the country, with their amazing non-surgical treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue. They use the latest advances in regenerative medicine, taking your own body's healing agents and concentrating them right in the area where you have the agonizing pain. This incredible non-invasive approach helps you take back control of your body, relieving the pain in the knees, the hips, the shoulders, or the back. No invasive surgery, no harmful drugs, no steroids, no downtime. Listen, summertime needs to be about having fun and making memories, golfing, hiking, enjoying the outdoors. Take control now and start living pain-free once again. Call now for your free consultation with QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, 904-274-5522. That's 904-274-5522. Locations in Mandarin and Ponte Vedra. Free consultation, QC Kinetics, 904-274-5522.
Sell your home fast this summer with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move when you're ready. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. And I know what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Some people say bigger is better. When it comes to buying a home, a TV, or an ice cream sundae, wouldn't you rather go big? Insurance companies think that because they're bigger, they can pay injured people less than what they really deserve. But guess what? We're big too. As America's largest personal injury firm, we know that our size matters. If you're going up against a big insurance company, you need a big firm fighting for you. And when we win big, you win big. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
I'm Action News Jax anchor Tanika Hughes. Knowing what's happening in your neighborhood keeps you informed and up to date.
Live in downtown.
Reporting in Jacksonville.
Live from the South Side.
We make it easy for you to stay connected to local news, breaking news, and weather right from your Roku device.
I'm John Bachman. We have breaking news to tell you about on I-95.
I'm First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Stay indoors. This is a very dangerous storm.
Wherever it happens, whenever it happens. Download Action News Jax now. Streaming now on Roku.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE, the medical providers at Prime Men's Medical Center offer breakthrough treatments that eliminate problems in the bedroom without pain or surgery. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Prime Men's Medical Center offers the most advanced treatments to eliminate ED and PE. 98% of men experience instant results on their first office visit. They're even lasting 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Don't just take our word for it. Call Prime Men's Medical Center now for our limited time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. You'll see instant results right in the office. You'll even get a gift that enhances your performance in the bedroom. All this, worth hundreds of dollars, is free if you call now. 904-206-7930. 904-206-7930. That's 904-206-7930.
Hey Jacksonville, we need your help. It may be summer, but school is just around the corner. Hundreds of local homeless, at-risk, and low-income students need school supplies. One-to-One Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union, is collecting school supplies through July 30th, so our most vulnerable kids can start the school year right. Be a good person and help us fill 350 backpacks this summer. Bring donations to your nearest One-to-One Financial branch. Learn more and find the closest branch at one-to-one-fcu.org. And don't forget, the school supply tax holiday is the last week of July. Thanks, Jacksonville.
Hey, it's Brent Morton from Action Sports Jax. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jax on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent AS Jax. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690.
Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton, ESPN 690. No Jumbo Shrimp Baseball today. Back at it tomorrow. One thing we didn't get into a lot today, which we can tomorrow. Evan Engram signs a deal, no tag, all good. Saquon Barkley, not all good. Josh Jacobs, not all good. Tony Pollard, not all good. None of them receiving or signing contract extensions to avoid the tags. So now what for Saquon Barkley? Sounds like there could be a holdout coming. Josh Jacobs, nobody's really checking in on because it doesn't feel like either party is interested in doing business. So we'll see how that plays out. And then Tony Pollard. So that was the other news of the day. What now for the running back position in the NFL? It's kind of a wild thing. Jonathan Taylor is going after people on Twitter right now, talking about the value of the position, which I am all here for. That's where we are in the NFL. Just about a week away from players reporting. We made it through the summer, folks. We did it! For Brian Middleton, I'm Kasey Kurtz. That'll do it on a Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
Run to the Jacksonville Sharks this week, Saturday, July 22nd, 7 p.m. at the VyStar Veterans Memorial Arena as they take on West Texas. Call 904-621-0700 or jacksharks.com for tickets. Fins up.
Here's your quote for a new AC system. And if you sign this 10-page contract in the next 3 seconds, we can install it day after tomorrow.
Wait a second, something's strange. You're my third quote, and it's exactly the same system and terms as the first two. How can that be?
Well, corporate doesn't want me to tell you this, but we're all owned by the same corporation. Less profit when you earn trust over time. Better to buy established AC companies. That way the customers have
no other options.
Corporate says benefits. Yeah, that's it.
I have another option. I'm calling Hammond.
For generations, Hammond continues to be the most recommended AC company by your neighbors. Make the switch to Hammond Air Conditioning instead of an out-of-town corporate AC company.